A Theory of Justice by John Rawls quotes, "A Theory of Justice by John Rawls presents a foundational argument for understanding justice as fairness, an approach that strives to articulate how a just society can equitably distribute rights, duties, and the benefits and burdens of social cooperation." Rawls reimagines the social contract, suggesting that rational individuals would choose principles of justice from an original position, behind a veil of ignorance, unaware of their own social status or natural advantages. This thought experiment leads to the formulation of two core principles of justice: the equal liberty principle, which asserts that everyone should have equal basic rights, and the difference principle, which allows social and economic inequalities only if they benefit the least advantaged. Rawls's work aims to provide an alternative to utilitarianism, emphasizing fairness and individual rights as central to any social arrangement that aspires to justice. Quote 1. "Justice is the first virtue of social institutions, as truth is of systems of thought. A theory, however elegant and economical, must be rejected or revised if it is untrue. Likewise, laws and institutions, no matter how efficient and well-arranged, must be reformed or abolished if they are unjust." This quote establishes the foundational role of justice within social institutions, equating its importance to that of truth in thought systems. It suggests that regardless of a system's elegance or efficiency, it must be discarded or amended if found to be unjust. This perspective underscores a commitment to justice that overrides other considerations, promoting a principled approach to evaluating and shaping societal structures. Quote 2. "Each person possesses an inviolability founded on justice that even the welfare of society as a whole cannot override." Here, the concept that individual rights should not be infringed upon for the sake of societal benefits is emphasized. This principle asserts the primacy of individual justice over collective welfare, arguing that the rights of individuals are sacrosanct and must be preserved even if violating them could benefit the larger community. This notion challenges utilitarian approaches that prioritize the greatest good for the greatest number at the expense of individual rights. Quote 3. "For this reason, justice denies that the loss of freedom for some is made right by a greater good shared by others." This statement further develops the idea that justice should not permit individual sacrifices for collective gains. It explicitly rejects the notion that individual freedoms can be justifiably compromised for the benefit of a larger group. This reflects a commitment to protecting individual liberties against utilitarian calculations that might justify such trade-offs. Quote 4. "Being first virtues of human activities, truth and justice are uncompromising." The assertion here is that truth and justice, as fundamental virtues, do not allow for compromise. This highlights their essential and non-negotiable status in the fabric of human interaction and governance. By describing these virtues as uncompromising, the text calls for a steadfast adherence to principles of truth and justice, regardless of the circumstances or potential consequences. Quote 5. "For us, the primary subject of justice is the basic structure of society, or more exactly, the way in which the major social institutions distribute fundamental rights and duties and determine the division of advantages from social cooperation." This quote highlights the focus of social justice on the basic structure of society, emphasizing that the distribution of rights, duties, and socio-economic benefits through major institutions is central. It positions the political and social systems as the main arenas where justice is either upheld or violated, suggesting that any assessment of justice must scrutinize these foundational elements. Quote 6. "The basic structure is the primary subject of justice because its effects are so profound and present from the start." Here, the text asserts that the basic structure's impact on individuals' lives is both deep and immediate, making it a critical focus for justice. This suggests that from birth, the societal framework affects one's life chances and opportunities, thereby necessitating a just configuration of this structure to ensure fair starting conditions for all. Quote 7. It is these inequalities, presumably inevitable in the basic structure of any society, to which the principles of social justice must, in the first instance, apply. This statement acknowledges the inherent inequalities within any societal structure and calls for social justice principles to primarily address these disparities. It recognizes that while some inequalities may be unavoidable, the role of justice is to regulate and mitigate their impacts to prevent exacerbation of disadvantage. Quote 8. The justice of a social scheme depends essentially on how fundamental rights and duties are assigned, and on the economic opportunities and social conditions in the various sectors of society. The quote underlines that a society's justice is fundamentally measured by how rights and responsibilities are allocated and how economic and social opportunities are distributed among its members. This sets a criterion for evaluating social systems, focusing on both the legal framework and the material conditions that affect individuals' lives. Quote 9. My aim is to present a conception of justice which generalizes and carries to a higher level of abstraction the familiar theory of the social contract as found, say, in Locke, Rousseau, and Kant. This quote explains the goal of developing a conception of justice that not only builds upon but also abstracts the traditional social contract theory represented by philosophers like Locke, Rousseau, and Kant. It seeks to create a framework that is more general and applicable beyond the specific societal or governmental structures these philosophers discussed, aiming for a broader applicability in defining justice. Quote 10. The principles of justice are chosen behind a veil of ignorance. This ensures that no one is advantaged or disadvantaged in the choice of principles by the outcome of natural chance or the contingency of social circumstances. This statement introduces the concept of the veil of ignorance, a methodological tool used to ensure fairness and impartiality in the selection of the principles of justice. By ensuring that individuals do not know their future position in society, the choice of principles is made objectively, without bias towards any particular social or personal condition, promoting a fair and equitable social structure. Quote 11. Justice as fairness begins, as I have said, with one of the most general of all choices which persons might make together, namely, with the choice of the first principles of a conception of justice, which is to regulate all subsequent criticism and reform of institutions. Here, the text emphasizes that the concept of justice as fairness starts with the collective agreement on the foundational principles of justice. These principles are meant to guide the evaluation and reform of societal institutions, ensuring that any changes align with a just framework agreed upon from a position of equality and impartiality. Quote 12. The general recognition of this fact would provide the basis for a public acceptance of the corresponding principles of justice. This quote suggests that widespread acknowledgement and understanding of the fairness and impartiality in the creation of justice principles can lead to their broader acceptance within society. This acceptance is crucial for the principles to be effectively integrated into the social fabric and adhered to by its members, fostering a just society. Quote 13. Justice as fairness is not a complete contract theory, for it is clear that the contractarian idea can be extended to the choice of more or less an entire ethical system, that is, to a system including principles for all the virtues, and not only for justice. This quote emphasizes that while the concept of justice as fairness plays a central role in forming a contractarian ethical framework, it does not encompass the full range of ethical considerations. The framework is primarily concerned with justice and closely related virtues, but acknowledges its limitations by not addressing ethical concerns beyond the sphere of interpersonal relations, such as those involving the natural environment or non-human entities. Quote 14. The original position is the appropriate initial status quo, which ensures that the fundamental agreements reached in it are fair. Here, the original position is defined as a hypothetical baseline from which societies should develop their principles of justice. It is structured to ensure that all agreements and principles decided upon are fair by removing any particular advantages individuals might have due to social status or natural abilities, emphasizing impartiality in the formation of a just society. Quote 15. It seems reasonable to suppose that the parties in the original position are equal. That is, all have the same rights in the procedure for choosing principles. Each can make proposals, submit reasons for their acceptance, and so on. This statement outlines the conditions of equality that are assumed for the parties in the original position, ensuring that everyone has an equal say in the formation of societal rules. This equality is crucial for forming a society that is fair and just, as it prevents the principles of justice from being skewed by the disproportionate influence of more powerful parties. Quote 16. The basis of equality is taken to be similarity in these two respects. Systems of ends are not ranked in value, and each man is presumed to have the requisite ability to understand and to act upon whatever principles are adopted. The quote identifies the foundation of equality in the original position, which rests on the notion that all individuals are morally equal, possessing the capacity to understand and deliberate upon justice. It asserts that no individual's goals or ends are inherently more valuable than another's, which supports a fair and equitable deliberation process in determining the principles of justice. Quote 17. The main idea is that society is rightly ordered, and therefore just, when its major institutions are arranged so as to achieve the greatest net balance of satisfaction summed over all the individuals belonging to it. This quote captures the essence of classical utilitarianism, positing that a just society is one that maximizes the overall well-being of its members. The principle suggests that institutions should be structured in such a way that they produce the greatest amount of good for the greatest number of people, assessing the moral rightness of actions and policies based on their outcomes in terms of collective happiness or satisfaction. Quote 18. Just as an individual balances present and future gains against present and future losses, so a society may balance satisfactions and dissatisfactions between different individuals. This statement extends the principle of individual decision-making, weighing costs against benefits, to the level of society. It implies that societal decisions should consider the distribution of benefits and burdens among its members, likening the management of a society's resources to an individual's management of personal trade-offs over time. Quote 19. Social justice is the principle of rational prudence applied to an aggregative conception of the welfare of the group. Here, social justice is defined through a utilitarian lens as the application of rational decision-making principles aimed at maximizing collective welfare. This perspective frames justice not as an inherent right or moral duty, but as a logical extension of the most efficient way to manage the well-being of a group, thereby advocating for policies and actions that enhance overall societal happiness. Quote 20. It is natural to think that rationality is maximizing something and that in morals it must be maximizing the good. This quote reflects the utilitarian assumption that moral decisions should be guided by rational calculations to maximize the good or benefits across society. It underscores a key characteristic of utilitarian thought, its reliance on a calculative, consequentialist approach to ethics, where the rightness of actions is judged by their results in terms of collective benefit. Quote 21. Justice denies that the loss of freedom for some is made right by a greater good shared by others. The reasoning which balances the gains and losses of different persons as if they were one person is excluded. This quote articulates a core principle of justice as fairness, emphasizing that individual freedoms cannot be justly compromised for the sake of greater overall benefit. The approach rejects utilitarian calculations that might justify sacrificing an individual's rights for the collective good. advocating instead for a system where each person's liberties are respected as inviolable. Quote 22. Justice as fairness attempts to account for these common-sense convictions concerning the priority of justice by showing that they are the consequence of principles which would be chosen in the original position. Here the text explains that the intuitive priority given to justice over other moral or practical concerns can be logically derived from the principles that free and rational individuals would agree upon under conditions of equality and impartiality, such as those envisioned in the original position. This underscores the foundational role of fairness in the conceptual framework of justice, suggesting that societal norms and laws should reflect these impartially agreed-upon principles. Quote 23. The excessive zeal with which we are apt to affirm these precepts and to appeal to these rights is itself granted a certain usefulness, since it counterbalances a natural human tendency to violate them in ways not sanctioned by utility. This statement reflects on the utilitarian perspective that while common-sense convictions about justice might seem overly strict or absolute, they serve a practical purpose by counteracting tendencies toward injustice that could undermine societal well-being. From a utilitarian viewpoint, even if these principles do not inherently maximize utility, their strict observance can lead to greater overall benefits by maintaining social order and cooperation. Quote 24. In justice as fairness, the concept of right is prior to that of the good. The text clarifies that in the framework of justice as fairness, the principles defining what is right are considered before any conception of the good or collective welfare. This prioritization reflects a commitment to ensuring that individual rights and freedoms are not subordinated to utilitarian calculations of overall benefit, emphasizing the autonomy and inherent worth of each individual within the societal structure. Quote 25. The intuitionist maintains that there exist no higher-order constructive criteria for determining the proper emphasis for the competing principles of justice. This quote captures the essence of intuitionism, which posits that moral reasoning relies on a set of foundational but potentially conflicting principles without any overarching rule or criterion to resolve disputes between them. This view argues that when these principles clash, one must rely on judgment to determine which principle should take precedence in a given situation, highlighting the inherently subjective nature of such ethical decisions. Intuition. Quote 26. Theories, then, have two features. First, they consist of a plurality of first principles which may conflict to give contrary directives in particular types of cases. And second, they include no explicit method, no priority rules for weighing these principles against one another. This statement further elucidates the core characteristics of intuitionism. It explains that intuitionism is marked not only by its acceptance of multiple, sometimes contradictory, moral principles, but also by its lack of a systematic method for resolving such conflicts. This approach essentially leaves moral agents to rely on their own intuitive judgments when faced with complex ethical dilemmas. Quote 27. We are simply to strike a balance by intuition, by what seems to us most nearly right. The quote emphasizes that in the absence of clear, hierarchical rules to guide the application of moral principles, individuals must rely on their personal intuition to determine what feels most right or just. This reliance on subjective judgment underlines the flexibility of intuitionism, but also its potential variability and unpredictability in moral reasoning. Quote 28. This conception is intuitionist because no priority rule is provided for determining how these two principles are to be balanced against each other. Here, the focus is on the intuitionist nature of a theoretical framework that lacks a defined method for resolving conflicts between two key principles. The absence of a priority rule means that individuals must decide how to balance these principles based on their own judgment, reinforcing the idea that intuitionism accommodates a wide range of personal and potentially divergent moral views. Quote 29. The appeal to intuition to settle questions of priority recognizes the possibility that there is no way to get beyond a plurality of principles. Here, The text reflects on the challenges associated with determining the precedence of various ethical principles, acknowledging that there might be no definitive way to establish priority among them. This situation necessitates reliance on intuition, suggesting that in some cases, ethical decisions must be made based on personal judgment rather than clear-cut rules or guidelines. Quote 30. An intuitionist conception of justice is, one might say, but half a conception. The quote critiques intuitionism for its incomplete approach to justice, pointing out that it only provides a partial framework for ethical decision-making by failing to offer a systematic method for resolving conflicts between moral principles. This critique suggests a need for more comprehensive ethical theories that provide explicit guidelines for prioritizing principles. Intuition, quote 31, denies that there exists any useful and explicit solution to the priority problem. This quote highlights a critical aspect of intuitionism, which is the belief that there are no clear objective methods or criteria for resolving conflicts between different moral principles. This stance underscores the complexity and subjectivity inherent in ethical judgments, where individuals must rely on their to weigh competing values and decide on the most just course of action. Quote 32. We should do what we can to reduce the direct appeal to our considered judgments. This statement advocates for minimizing reliance on subjective judgment in ethical decision-making, aiming to establish more objective and universally applicable principles. The goal is to create a framework for justice that offers clearer guidance on how to prioritize conflicting principles, thereby fostering more consistent and rational ethical judgments. Quote 33. By an institution, I shall understand a public system of rules which defines offices and positions with their rights and duties, powers and immunities, and the like. Here, institutions are defined as systems governed by public rules that delineate the roles and responsibilities of individuals within them. This definition emphasizes the structured nature of societal functions and how they are regulated through a set of known rules, highlighting the organization and predictability essential for functioning social systems. Quote 34. The principles of justice for institutions must not be confused with the principles which apply to individuals and their actions in particular circumstances. This statement distinguishes between the general principles that govern institutions and the specific principles that apply to individual actions. It underscores that while broader societal rules set the framework within which individuals operate, there are distinct ethical considerations that apply on a more personal level, reflecting the complexity of applying justice in varied contexts. Quote 35. An institution exists at a certain time and place when the actions specified by it are regularly carried out in accordance with a public understanding that the system of rules defining the institution is to be followed. This quote explains that for an institution to exist, there must not only be a set of rules, but these rules must be actively and consistently implemented by the people governed by them. The existence of an institution is thus tied not merely to the rules themselves, but to their widespread acceptance and adherence, which solidifies the institution's role in society. Quote 36. The theory of justice may be divided into two main parts. 1. An interpretation of the initial situation and a formulation of the various principles available for choice there, and 2. An argument establishing which of these principles would in fact be adopted. This foundational statement sets up the structure of the theory of justice, delineating it into two significant phases. The first involves conceptualizing and presenting the different principles that could govern society, established under hypothetical initial conditions of fairness and equality. The second phase focuses on justifying why particular principles should be chosen over others, based on their ethical soundness and practical applicability. Quote 37. First, each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive basic liberty compatible with a similar liberty for others. Second, social and economic inequalities are to be arranged so that they are both A. reasonably expected to be to everyone's advantage, and B. attached to positions and offices open to all. This quote presents the two core principles of justice as envisioned in Rawls's framework. The first principle emphasizes equal basic liberties for all, asserting that everyone should have the same fundamental rights to freedom, unless such freedoms interfere with others' similar rights. The second principle deals with social and economic inequalities, stipulating that any such inequalities must benefit everyone and be associated with positions that everyone has an opportunity to attain. This establishes a baseline for a society that balances freedom with fair economic opportunities. Quote 38. The principles of justice are to apply to social understood to be public in this sense. This quote underlines that the principles of justice are intended for the public and commonly understood social arrangements, ensuring that everyone involved knows the rules and their roles within the system. This transparency is vital for the fair application of justice, as it allows for predictable and understandable interactions within society, fostering a sense of fairness and stability. Quote 39. The two principles require that everyone benefit from economic and social inequalities. This quote emphasizes that in Rawls's framework, any allowable inequalities within a society, whether they be social or economic, must ultimately be advantageous to everyone. This approach seeks to ensure that any deviations from absolute equality contribute positively to the lives of all citizens, not just a select few. Quote 40. The principles must be specified so that they yield a determinate conclusion. The statement underscores the necessity for clear and actionable principles within a theory of justice. Rawls acknowledges that while various interpretations can be drawn from broad principles, a definitive and applicable version is needed to effectively guide societal structures and decisions. Quote 41. By way of general comment, these principles primarily apply, as I have said, to the basic structure of society. This remark clarifies that the principles Rawls discusses are meant to guide the fundamental aspects of societal organization, such as laws, political rights, and economic arrangements, rather than the minutiae of individual actions or smaller-scale societal interactions. This focus aims to establish a just foundation on which all other aspects of society can build. Quote 42. These principles are to be arranged in a serial order, with the first principle prior to the second. The prioritization of principles is key in Rawls's theory, with the first principle of equal basic liberties taking precedence over concerning the arrangement of social and economic inequalities. This hierarchy ensures that fundamental rights and freedoms are not sacrificed for economic benefits, maintaining a core standard of justice regardless of other considerations. Quote 43. The difference principle is a strongly egalitarian conception in the sense that unless there is a distribution that makes both persons better off, an equal distribution is to be preferred. Here, the difference principle is expounded as fundamentally egalitarian, prioritizing distributions that either improve everyone's situation or maintain equality. The principle is particularly focused on ensuring that no one benefits unless everyone does, which sets a high standard for justifying inequalities within the social structure. Quote 44. Social and economic inequalities are to be arranged so that they are both A, to the greatest benefit of the least advantaged, and B, attached to offices and positions open to all under conditions of fair equality of opportunity. This quote finalizes the formulation of the second principle of justice, combining the need for open opportunities with the requirement that any inequalities must benefit the least advantaged. It underscores the idea that while inequalities can exist, they must contribute positively to those who are least well off and be accessible through fair and open processes, aligning with a broader vision of a just society where opportunity and benefit are intertwined. Quote 45. The intuitive idea is that the social order is not to establish and secure the more attractive prospects of those better off, unless doing so is to the advantage of those less fortunate. This statement encapsulates the core idea behind Rawls's approach to social justice, where any benefits accruing to the better-off members of society must also contribute to the welfare of the less fortunate. This principle aims to create a society where the interdependence of different social groups is recognized and facilitated through structured inequalities that benefit everyone, thus fostering a more cohesive and fair community. Quote 46. The democratic interpretation, as the table suggests, is arrived at by combining the principle of fair equality of opportunity with the difference principle. This quote explains how the democratic interpretation of justice under Rawls's framework combines the principle of fair equality of opportunity with the difference principle to establish a society where inequalities are structured in such a way that they benefit everyone, especially the least advantaged. This approach not only addresses access and opportunity, but also ensures that benefits arising from inequalities are shared across society, aiming for an overall improvement in the conditions of the least well-off. Quote 47. Social and economic inequalities must be in the interest of the representative men in all relevant social positions. This statement reinforces the notion that any existing inequalities within a society must serve the collective interest of those occupying various positions within its structure. It implies that inequalities are justifiable only if they contribute positively to the lives of those affected by them, ensuring that the social system works to the advantage of its members across different levels of society. Quote 48. The assessment of so many competing claims is impossible. Therefore, we need to identify certain positions as more basic than the others and as providing an appropriate standpoint for judging the social system. Here, Rawls discusses the practical limitations of addressing individual claims within a complex society. He argues for the identification of fundamental social positions from which to evaluate the fairness of the social system. This approach aims to simplify the application of justice by focusing on key roles that critically influence social outcomes, ensuring that fundamental principles are adhered to without getting bogged down by the myriad of individual differences. Quote 49. No one is to benefit from these contingencies except in ways that redound to the well-being of others. This principle underlines the ethical stance that any benefits arising from arbitrary personal or social advantages should contribute to the well-being of others. It encapsulates a vision of justice that seeks to transform unearned privileges into opportunities for broader societal benefit, aligning individual gains with the collective good. Quote 50. The difference principle gives some weight to the considerations singled out by the principle of redress. This is the principle that undeserved inequalities call for redress. And since inequalities of birth and natural endowment are undeserved, these inequalities are to be somehow compensated for. This quote explains that the difference principle aligns with the principle of redress by addressing the inherent unfairness in the natural distribution of talents and social circumstances. It suggests that society should take steps to compensate for these unearned disadvantages to promote a more equitable distribution of opportunities and resources. Quote 51. Now, the principle of redress has not, to my knowledge, been proposed as the sole criterion of justice, as the single aim of the social order. It is plausible, as most such principles are only as a prima facie principle, one that is to be weighed in the balance with others. Here, Rawls clarifies that while the principle of redress is significant, it should not be seen as the sole guiding principle for justice. Instead, it should be considered among other principles, balancing various aspects of justice to achieve a comprehensive and equitable social order. Quote 52. In view of these remarks, we may reject the contention that the ordering of institutions is always defective, because the distribution of natural talents and the contingencies of social circumstance are unjust, and this injustice must inevitably carry over to human arrangements. Rawls argues against the fatalistic view that the inherent unfairness in the distribution of talents and circumstances necessarily leads to unjust institutions. Instead, he posits that deliberate and thoughtful institutional design can mitigate these natural inequalities, crafting a fairer and more just society through structures that are within human control. Quote 53. In the original position, then, The parties want to ensure for their descendants the best genetic endowment, assuming their own to be fixed. The pursuit of reasonable policies in this regard is something that earlier generations owe to later ones, this being a question that arises between generations. This statement addresses the responsibilities of current generations to future ones, specifically concerning genetic endowments. Rawls suggests that it is the duty of the present society to pursue policies that will not disadvantage future generations, but rather enhance or at least maintain their genetic prospects. This perspective introduces a long-term view into the principles of justice, emphasizing intergenerational responsibility and equity. Quote 54. The difference principle represents, in effect, an agreement to regard the distribution of natural talents as a common asset, and to share in the benefits of this distribution, whatever it turns out to be. Rawls reiterates that the difference principle treats the distribution of natural talents not as personal assets, but as collective resources of society. This principle ensures that benefits derived from these talents are shared in a way that promotes overall societal well-being, particularly enhancing the conditions of the least advantaged members. This communal approach to natural endowments underscores a key aspect of Rawls's vision of a just society. Quote 55. It must be shown, then, that the two principles of justice are the solution for the problem of choice presented by the original position. Here, Rawls outlines the challenge of demonstrating that his two principles of justice, the principle of equal liberty and the difference principle, are the most rational choices for parties in the original position. This challenge involves proving that these principles best meet the interests of rational agents who are ignorant of their specific personal details and societal status. Quote 56. Of course, the fact that a situation is one of equilibrium, even a stable one, does not entail that it is right or just. It only means that given men's estimate of their position, they act effectively to preserve it. Rawls emphasizes that a situation being in equilibrium, where no one has an incentive to change their behavior, does not necessarily mean it is just. This distinction is crucial for understanding that justice requires more than mere stability or the satisfaction of current preferences. It demands a fair arrangement that aligns with agreed-upon principles of justice, ensuring that all parties are treated equitably regardless of their natural endowments or social positions. Quote 57. The intuitive idea of justice as fairness is to think of the first principles of justice as themselves, the object of an original agreement in a suitably defined initial situation. This quote encapsulates the foundational concept of Rawls's theory of justice as fairness, emphasizing that the principles of justice are determined through a hypothetical agreement in an original position. This theoretical scenario ensures that decisions are made impartially, without the influence of individuals' social status or personal characteristics. Quote 58. Doing in this way, one follows a procedure familiar in social theory. That is, a simplified situation is described in which rational individuals with certain ends and related to each other in certain ways are to choose among various courses of action in view of their knowledge of the circumstances. This statement explains the methodological approach behind the original position, likening it to models used in social theory. Rawls uses this approach to explore theoretical decisions that rational actors would make under specified conditions, akin to how economists predict market behaviors through models of rational choice under constraint. Quote 59. The general conception of justice as fairness requires that all primary social goods be distributed equally, unless an unequal distribution would be to everyone's advantage. This quote introduces the central idea of justice as fairness, emphasizing equality in the distribution of goods unless inequality benefits all. The explanation shows that fairness is rooted in the idea that everyone should have an equal claim to resources unless a different arrangement serves the common good. Quote 60. If there are inequalities in the basic structure that work to make everyone better off in comparison with the benchmark of initial equality, why not permit them? This question challenges the idea of strict equality, suggesting that certain inequalities could be justified if they lead to an overall improvement in society. The explanation implies that the author is open to the idea of inequality, provided it enhances the well-being of everyone, especially when measured against a baseline of equal distribution. Quote 61. Inequalities are permissible when they maximize, or at least all contribute to, the long-term expectations of the least fortunate group in society. Here the focus shifts to the most disadvantaged members of society, stating that inequalities should only be allowed if they ultimately benefit this group. This explanation underscores the author's concern for justice as a means of improving the prospects of those with the least advantage, making it a key principle in the theory. Quote 62. The denial of equal liberty can be defended only if it is necessary to raise the level of civilization so that in due course these freedoms can be enjoyed. This quote presents a conditional allowance for restricting liberty, suggesting it is justifiable only if it is for the greater good, paving the way for future freedoms. The explanation points to a pragmatic approach where temporary restrictions are tolerated to achieve a more just and free society in the long run. Quote 63. The two principles of justice are those a person would choose for the design of a society in which his enemy is to assign him his place. This quote introduces the idea that justice must be formulated from a position of impartiality, considering the worst possible scenario. The explanation highlights that the two principles are constructed to be fair even in the face of adversity, ensuring that they are robust and universally acceptable. Quote 64. The Maximin rule directs our attention to the worst that can happen under any proposed course of action, and to decide in the light of that. The Maximin rule is a central concept in the theory, advising that decisions should be made by considering the least favorable outcomes. The explanation implies a cautious approach to justice, suggesting that by focusing on mitigating the worst-case scenario, society can achieve a fairer system. Quote 65. The paradigm situation for following the Maximin rule is when all three features are realized to the highest degree. This quote identifies the ideal conditions for applying the Maximin rule, which the author argues are present in the original position. The explanation suggests that the Maximin rule is not universally applicable but becomes crucial when fairness and uncertainty dominate, as in the hypothetical original position. Quote 66. It is characteristic of utilitarianism that it leaves so much to arguments from general facts. This statement contrasts utilitarianism with the author's approach, indicating that utilitarianism often relies on empirical facts to justify its principles. The explanation indicates the author's critique of utilitarianism for its dependence on situational facts rather than embedding ideals of justice more directly in its framework. Quote 67. In justice as fairness, the parties do not know their conception of the good and cannot estimate their utility in the ordinary sense. This quote emphasizes the importance of the veil of ignorance in the original position, which ensures that decisions about justice are made impartially. The explanation reveals that the lack of knowledge about personal interests forces a focus on principles that would be fair for all, highlighting the fairness intrinsic to the theory. Quote 68. The choice of the principles of justice is relative to these facts. This acknowledges that while justice as fairness depends on certain general facts about human society, these facts do not dictate the principles themselves. The explanation clarifies that the principles are chosen in light of social realities, but are not entirely determined by them, maintaining a balance between normative ideals and practical considerations. Quote 69. There may be good reasons for embedding convictions of justice more directly into first principles than a theoretically complete grasp of the contingencies of the world may actually require. This quote suggests that justice should be rooted in fundamental principles rather than relying solely on complex, situation-specific considerations. The explanation emphasizes that creating a just society involves setting clear, foundational rules which provide a solid basis for justice without getting entangled in every possible circumstance. Quote 70. Applied to the basic structure, the classical principle requires that institutions be arranged to maximize the absolute weighted sum of the expectations of the relevant representative men. This quote outlines the classical utilitarian approach, which focuses on maximizing the total sum of benefits across all individuals. The explanation indicates that this principle aims to create the greatest overall satisfaction, but may not consider the distribution of welfare among different members of society. Quote 71. The principle of average utility directs society to maximize not the total, but the average utility, per capita. This quote introduces the concept of average utility, which seeks to maximize the welfare per individual rather than the total welfare of the society. The explanation highlights that this approach considers the well-being of the average person, thus potentially preventing scenarios where a large population is justified despite widespread suffering. Quote 72. From the standpoint of the persons in the original position, it would appear more rational to agree to some sort of floor to hold up average welfare. This quote suggests that individuals, when choosing principles of justice without knowing their own future position, would prefer a minimum standard of welfare. The explanation implies that people would prioritize a safeguard for basic well-being over maximizing total or average utility, as it provides security against extreme inequality. Quote 73. The veil of ignorance removes any basis for the distinction between reasoning how things have happened and reasoning how they will happen. This quote emphasizes the importance of the veil of ignorance in ensuring impartiality when selecting principles of justice. The explanation conveys that this thought experiment helps individuals focus on creating a fair society, regardless of their own circumstances, thus leading to a more just and unbiased set of principles. Quote 74. The contract doctrine is purely hypothetical. If a conception of justice would be agreed to in the original position, its principles are the right ones to apply. This quote emphasizes that the contract theory is based on a hypothetical agreement rather than an actual one. The explanation clarifies that justice is not dependent on real-life situations of consent or risk-taking. Instead, what matters is whether rational individuals would accept the principles in the original position. Quote 75. The first difficulty with the average principle concerns the way that a rational individual is to estimate probability. Here, Rawls points out a challenge in the average utility principle, particularly in how probabilities are determined. The explanation highlights that in the original position, individuals lack the knowledge needed to assess chances objectively. Thus, basing decisions solely on the principle of insufficient reason, where probabilities are assigned without evidence, becomes problematic. Quote 76. The effect of the veil of ignorance is to favor the two principles. This conception of justice is better suited to the situation of complete ignorance. This quote illustrates how the veil of ignorance, which conceals personal details, leads individuals to prefer Rawls's two principles of justice. The explanation suggests that under complete uncertainty, the two principles provide a more reliable and fair framework for justice compared to other theories like utilitarianism. Quote 77. We must not be enticed by mathematically attractive assumptions into pretending that the contingencies of men's social positions and the asymmetries of their situations somehow even out in the end. This quote warns against the allure of mathematical simplicity in social theories. The explanation stresses that real-life inequalities and social conditions are complex and cannot be smoothed out through statistical reasoning, emphasizing the need for a more robust conception of justice that acknowledges these disparities. Quote 78. The essential thing is not to allow the principles chosen to depend on special attitudes toward risk. This quote points out that the choice of justice principles should not hinge on individuals' personal risk preferences. The explanation implies that justice requires a rational, objective assessment that remains fair regardless of how individuals might feel about taking risks, ensuring the system's impartiality. Quote 79. The expectation finally arrived at in the reasoning for the average principle seems spurious. It is not, as expectations should be, founded on one system of aims. This quote critiques the average utility principle by arguing that it fails to rely on a unified set of values or goals. The explanation indicates that this lack of coherence makes the principle problematic, as it attempts to base expectations on multiple and often conflicting individual preferences. Quote 80. The parties must weigh with care whether they will be able to stick by their commitment in all circumstances. This quote underscores the importance of commitment to the agreed principles of justice. The explanation points out that individuals in the original position must be certain they can uphold these principles, even in the worst-case scenarios, to act in good faith. This need for certainty makes the two principles of justice more appealing because they offer protection against extreme risks. Quote 81. In this respect, the two principles of justice have a definite advantage. Not only do the parties protect their basic rights, but they insure themselves against the worst eventualities. This quote highlights how the two principles of justice safeguard basic rights while providing a form of insurance against possible negative outcomes. The explanation suggests that these principles are appealing in the original position because they ensure that individuals do not have to endure significant losses for the sake of others' greater good. Quote 82. The principle of utility asks precisely a sacrifice of these prospects. We are to accept the greater advantages of others as a sufficient reason for lower expectations over the whole course of our life. This quote critiques utilitarianism, which requires individuals to sacrifice their own prospects for the greater good of others. The explanation reflects the extreme nature of this demand, implying that expecting people to forego their life prospects for others may be too harsh and unrealistic, thus favoring the adoption of the two principles of justice instead. Quote 83. A desirable feature of a conception of justice is that it should publicly express men's respect for one another. This quote expresses the importance of mutual respect in a just society. The explanation indicates that public affirmation of respect through the principles of justice reinforces individuals' self-esteem and supports a cooperative social structure. The two principles, by treating everyone's good as a matter of collective concern, naturally embody this respect. Quote 84. By arranging inequalities for reciprocal advantage, and by abstaining from the exploitation of the contingencies of nature and social circumstance within a framework of equal liberty, persons express their respect for one another in the very constitution of their society. This quote suggests that the two principles of justice create a society that respects individuals by ensuring inequalities only exist when they benefit everyone. The explanation reveals that such an arrangement avoids exploiting arbitrary factors like natural talents or social status, thus fostering a society where people are treated as equals. Quote 85. The utilitarian principle is publicly accepted and followed as the fundamental charter of society. This quote emphasizes the need for public acceptance of the principles governing a society. The explanation points out that if utilitarianism is publicly recognized, it might still not provide the same support for self-respect as the two principles of justice. The two principles are more likely to be accepted because they openly acknowledge and protect each individual's fundamental rights. Quote 86. The two principles of justice give a stronger and more characteristic interpretation to Kant's idea. They rule out even the tendency to regard men as means to one another's welfare. This quote highlights how the two principles of justice align with Kant's philosophy of treating individuals as ends in themselves. The explanation suggests that Rawls's principles reject the notion of using people merely as a means to achieve others' welfare, emphasizing the importance of respecting each person's intrinsic value within the social structure. Quote 87. From a contractarian point of view, then, the classical principle ranks below both of these alternatives. This quote indicates that, from a contractarian perspective, the classical utilitarian principle is less preferable compared to the two principles of justice, or even the principle of maximizing average utility. The explanation shows that contractarianism prioritizes advancing one's own interests through mutual agreement, which is better achieved with Rawls's principles than classical utilitarianism. Quote 88. It is instructive to note a contrast between the features of the sympathetic spectator and the conditions defining the original position. This quote introduces the contrast between utilitarianism's impartial sympathetic spectator and the original position in Rawls's theory. The explanation reveals that while utilitarianism relies on full knowledge and empathy to estimate overall satisfaction, Rawls's approach emphasizes mutual disinterest and the lack of personal knowledge to reach a fair outcome, underscoring different foundations of justice. Quote 89. An impartial judgment, we can say, is one rendered in accordance with the principles which would be chosen in the original position. This quote redefines impartiality, arguing that true impartiality stems from principles chosen in the original position rather than an impartial spectator's empathetic response. The explanation suggests that justice requires fairness, derived from an equal standing in decision-making, moving beyond mere sympathy to establish equitable principles. Quote 90. The fault of the utilitarian doctrine is that it mistakes impersonality for impartiality. This quote criticizes utilitarianism for equating impersonal aggregation of welfare with genuine impartiality. The explanation points out that while utilitarianism aims for a collective welfare by treating desires impersonally, it fails to address the individual rights and unique perspectives that justice as fairness upholds. Quote 91. The main institutions of this structure are those of a constitutional democracy. This quote introduces the concept that the framework for implementing principles of justice involves constitutional democracy. The explanation indicates that Rawls aims to demonstrate how his theory of justice can be realized within democratic institutions, implying that democracy offers a viable structure for upholding justice through established laws and rights. Quote 92. Thus, a theory of justice has to deal with at least three types of questions, and this indicates that it may be useful to think of the principles as applied in a several-stage sequence. This quote suggests that understanding and applying justice requires addressing different levels of decision-making. The explanation reveals that Rawls proposes a multi-stage approach to justice comprehensively, addressing issues from legislation to constitutional design and the determination of political duties. Quote 93. The original position requires the parties to make a collective agreement, and therefore the restrictions on valid undertakings as well as the publicity and finality conditions are an essential part of the argument for the two principles. This quote emphasizes that any agreement on principles of justice in the original position must be public and final. The explanation clarifies that these conditions ensure transparency and commitment, which are crucial for maintaining trust and cooperation in the resulting social order. Quote 94. The second principle comes into play at the stage of the legislature. It dictates that social and economic policies be aimed at maximizing the long-term expectations of the least advantaged under conditions of fair equality of opportunity, subject to the equal liberties being maintained. This quote outlines when and how the second principle of justice should be applied in society. The explanation suggests that during the legislative process, policies must focus on improving the well-being of the least advantaged while preserving fundamental liberties, reflecting a concern for both equality and freedom. Quote 95. The notion of the rational and impartial application of principles defines the kind of knowledge that is admissible. This quote refers to the conditions under which knowledge can be used when applying the principles of justice. The explanation indicates that only knowledge that aligns with rationality and impartiality is considered valid, preventing bias and ensuring that justice is applied fairly across different stages of society. Quote 96. Justice as fairness will prove a worthwhile theory if it defines the range of justice more in accordance with our considered judgments than do existing theories, and if it singles out with greater sharpness the graver wrongs a society should avoid. This quote sets the criteria for evaluating the success of the theory of justice. The explanation implies that Rawls's theory should resonate with our deeply held beliefs about fairness and provide clear guidance on the most significant injustices to prevent in society. Quote 97. Liberty is unequal, as when one class of persons has a greater liberty than another, or liberty is less extensive than it should be. This quote defines two ways in which liberty can be compromised: by giving one group more freedom than others, or by restricting freedom too much overall. The explanation suggests that for liberty to be just, it must be equally accessible to all and sufficiently expansive to allow individuals to pursue their goals without unnecessary constraints. Quote 98. When lexical order holds, a basic liberty covered by the first principle can be limited only for the sake of liberty itself. This quote emphasizes that limitations on basic liberties are only justifiable if they protect or enhance another form of liberty. The explanation indicates that Rawls's framework prioritizes liberties hierarchically, ensuring that any restriction on freedom must serve to maintain or safeguard the overall system of equal liberties. Quote 99. The lesser worth of liberty is, however, compensated for, since the capacity of the less fortunate members of society to achieve their aims would be even less were they not to accept the existing inequalities whenever the difference principle is satisfied. This quote addresses how inequalities can affect the value of liberty for individuals. The explanation shows that, in Rawls's theory, although some may have more means to make use of their liberty, the difference principle ensures that these inequalities ultimately work to benefit the less advantaged, thus balancing the overall worth of freedom. Quote 100. The basic structure is to be arranged to maximize the worth to the least advantaged of the complete scheme of equal liberty shared by all. This quote outlines the goal of social justice within Rawls's theory, to ensure that the system of equal liberty maximally benefits the least advantaged in society. The explanation conveys that the design of institutions and laws should prioritize enhancing the opportunities and liberties of those who are worst off, thereby promoting fairness. Quote 101. Freedom as equal liberty is the same for all. The question of compensating for a lesser than equal liberty does not arise. This quote establishes that liberty, in its basic form, must be identical for everyone, dismissing the notion of compensating for unequal freedoms. The explanation suggests that Rawls views liberty as an absolute requirement, where any differences in the ability to utilize freedom are dealt with through other means, like the difference principle, rather than by adjusting the liberties themselves. Quote 102. These applications provide an occasion to clarify the meaning of equal liberty and to present further grounds for the first principle. This quote introduces the idea that examining different cases of liberty, such as freedom of conscience and political liberty, helps to better understand the principle of equal liberty. The explanation implies that practical applications of the first principle reveal its importance and the rationale for prioritizing liberty in a just society. Quote 103. Now, it seems that equal liberty of conscience is the only principle that the persons in the original position can acknowledge. This quote states that individuals, when deciding on principles of justice, would inevitably choose equal liberty of conscience. The explanation suggests that since people do not know their own religious or moral beliefs in the original position, they would adopt a principle that protects everyone's right to conscience to avoid risking their freedom to hold and practice their beliefs. Quote 104. An individual recognizing religious and moral obligations regards them as binding absolutely in the sense that he cannot qualify his fulfillment of them for the sake of greater means for promoting his other interests. This quote emphasizes the absolute nature of religious and moral obligations for individuals. The explanation conveys that such obligations are seen as fundamental and non-negotiable, taking precedence over other interests. This strengthens the argument for securing equal liberty, as individuals would not accept compromises on their deeply held beliefs. Quote 105. The veil of ignorance leads to an agreement on the principle of equal liberty, and the strength of religious and moral obligations as men interpret them seems to require that the two principles be put in serial order, at least when applied to freedom of conscience. This quote highlights that under the veil of ignorance, individuals would agree to equal liberty, particularly in matters of conscience. The explanation indicates that protecting these fundamental obligations demands prioritizing liberty in the order of justice principles, ensuring that freedom of conscience remains inviolable. Quote 106. The liberties of equal citizenship are insecure when founded upon teleological principles. This quote argues that if liberties are based solely on utilitarian or perfectionist goals, they become vulnerable. The explanation suggests that such principles could justify the restriction of some people's liberties in pursuit of an overarching goal, whereas Rawls's approach secures liberty by basing it on fair cooperation and moral equality. Quote 107. The grounds for this confidence, according to the contract view, is that the equal liberties have a different basis altogether. This quote underlines that the confidence in equal liberties stems from a different foundation than utilitarian or perfectionist theories. The explanation reveals that equal liberties are not about maximizing value, but are instead rooted in principles that individuals would choose in a fair and unbiased social contract. Quote 108. We must choose for others, as we have reason to believe they would choose for themselves, if they were at the age of reason and deciding rationally. This quote introduces a principle of paternalism in decision-making for others, especially when considering future generations. The explanation conveys that choices affecting others, particularly regarding liberties, should be made as if those individuals are capable of rationally deciding for their own good, aligning with principles they would likely choose for themselves. Quote 109. Liberty of conscience is limited, everyone agrees, by the common interest in public order and security. This quote acknowledges that while liberty of conscience is vital, it has boundaries defined by the need for public order. The explanation indicates that for a society to function peacefully, individual freedoms must sometimes be restrained to prevent actions that could harm the collective well-being. However, these limitations do not imply that public interests are superior to moral and religious interests. Rather, they are necessary for maintaining a fair and just society. Quote 110. The government's right to maintain public order and security is an enabling right, a right which the government must have if it is to carry out its duty of impartially supporting the conditions necessary for everyone's pursuit of his interests. This quote emphasizes that the government maintaining order is not about controlling individual beliefs, but about creating an environment where everyone can freely pursue their goals. The explanation suggests that by upholding this enabling right, the government ensures that liberties are protected and equally accessible, thus fulfilling its duty to support a just society. Quote 111. The characteristic feature of these arguments for liberty of conscience is that they are based solely on a conception of justice. This quote points out that the defense of liberty of conscience does not rely on practical considerations or state interests, but is rooted in the principles of justice. The explanation highlights that this approach avoids the pitfalls of using metaphysical or philosophical doctrines to justify toleration, focusing instead on fairness and mutual respect in a pluralistic society. Quote 112. The limitation of liberty is justified only when it is necessary for liberty itself, to prevent an invasion of freedom that would be still worse. This quote establishes that restricting liberty is permissible only when it is essential to protect a greater or more significant liberty. The explanation indicates that justice as fairness prioritizes liberty, but recognizes that in certain cases, limiting some freedoms may be required to prevent greater harm or loss of freedom, ensuring a balance within the system of rights. Quote 113. Liberty is governed by the necessary conditions for liberty itself. This quote conveys that the exercise of liberty must align with the conditions that sustain it. The explanation implies that the scope of liberty is defined by the need to maintain an environment in which everyone's freedoms can coexist, requiring careful regulation to prevent actions that could undermine the broader system of liberties. Quote 1 and 14. The one view recognizes the priority of principles which would be chosen in the original position, whereas the other does not. This quote contrasts views that uphold the principles of justice, which individuals would choose in an impartial, original position, with those that do not. The explanation suggests that the commitment to principles like equal liberty of conscience reflects a deeper dedication to fairness and mutual respect, while alternative views risk imposing subjective beliefs on others. Quote 115. The question of tolerating the intolerant is directly related to that of the stability of a well-ordered society regulated by the two principles. This quote connects the issue of tolerating the intolerant to the stability of a society governed by Rawls's two principles of justice. The explanation implies that a stable society built on just institutions can handle the presence of intolerance by relying on the strength of its fundamental values, aiming to persuade the intolerant towards acceptance of liberty rather than suppressing them outright. Quote 116. The liberties of the intolerant may persuade them to a belief in freedom. This quote suggests that allowing the intolerant the same freedoms as others might eventually lead them to adopt a belief in liberty. The explanation indicates a psychological principle. When individuals experience the benefits of a just and free society, they may gradually develop an allegiance to its values, reducing their intolerance over time. Quote 117. The tolerant should curb the intolerant only in this case. This quote sets a condition for limiting the freedom of the intolerant. It should only be done when there is a genuine threat to the security of the institutions of liberty. The explanation stresses that tolerance must be maintained unless the intolerant pose a direct danger to the stability and preservation of a society's equal liberties. Quote 118. Justice forbids this sort of reasoning in connection with liberty as much as it does in regard to the sum of advantages. This quote argues that justice does not allow suppressing the liberties of some individuals simply to increase the overall amount of liberty for others. The explanation conveys that the principles of justice prioritize equal liberty for all, rejecting any utilitarian approach that would justify unequal restrictions in the name of maximizing collective freedom. Quote 119. What is essential is that when persons with different convictions make conflicting demands on the basic structure as a matter of political principle, they are to judge these claims by the principles of justice. This quote highlights the importance of using the principles of justice as the standard for resolving conflicts arising from diverse moral and religious beliefs. The explanation implies that a just society provides a common framework that respects differing viewpoints while ensuring that all claims are evaluated fairly, maintaining harmony within the social structure. Quote 120. The principles that would be chosen in the original position are the kernel of political morality. This quote emphasizes that the principles of justice selected in the original position serve as the foundation of political morality. The explanation suggests that these principles form a pact that enables cooperation and reconciliation among diverse religions and moral beliefs, providing a fair basis for a just society. Quote 121. The principle of equal liberty, when applied to the political procedure defined by the Constitution, I shall refer to as the principle of equal participation. This quote introduces the principle of participation, which ensures that all citizens have an equal right to partake in the political processes that shape the laws they follow. The explanation suggests that equal participation is a fundamental aspect of justice, requiring that the political system be structured in a way that fairly represents each individual, preserving their voice in governance. Quote 122. The Constitution must take steps to enhance the value of the equal rights of participation for all members of society. This quote stresses that a just constitution must actively work to ensure that everyone has a fair opportunity to influence political decisions. The explanation conveys that it is not enough for a society to merely grant formal rights. The system must also take measures to make these rights meaningful, such as through fair distribution of resources and public support for political engagement. Quote 123. The liberties protected by the principle of participation lose much of their value whenever those who have greater private means are permitted to use their advantages to control the course of public debate. This quote highlights the danger that economic inequalities pose to political liberty. The explanation implies that if wealth allows some individuals to disproportionately influence public discourse, the principle of equal participation is undermined, leading to a political system that favors certain interests over a fair representation of all citizens. Quote 124. A just constitution sets up a form of fair rivalry for political office and authority. This quote defines a just constitution as one that enables a fair competition for political roles. The explanation suggests that justice in a political system involves creating conditions where individuals and parties can present their visions of the public good, seeking the electorate's support through equitable and transparent processes. Quote 125. The principle of participation applies to institutions. It does not define an ideal of citizenship. This quote clarifies that the principle of participation concerns the structure of political institutions rather than prescribing a specific behavior for citizens. The explanation reveals that the focus is on establishing equal rights and opportunities within the political system, allowing individuals to engage as much or as little as they choose, rather than mandating active involvement from everyone. Quote 126. The principle of participation transfers this notion from the original position to the Constitution as the highest order system of social rules for making rules. This quote explains that the principle of participation takes the fairness from the original position and embeds it into the Constitution, the most fundamental set of societal rules. The explanation suggests that a just constitution ensures that the political process is equitable, reflecting the fairness and equality envisioned in the original position. Quote 127. The extent of the principle of participation is defined as the degree to which the procedure of bare majority rule is restricted by the mechanisms of constitutionalism. This quote defines the scope of participation in terms of how majority rule is limited by constitutional safeguards. The explanation implies that mechanisms such as bills of rights and the separation of powers are necessary to protect individual freedoms, ensuring that the majority cannot infringe upon fundamental liberties, thus maintaining justice within society. Quote 128. The justification for the devices of constitutionalism is that they presumably protect the other freedoms. This quote highlights that constitutional mechanisms, like limiting majority rule, serve to safeguard individual liberties. The explanation indicates that these constraints ensure that political participation does not compromise essential freedoms, helping to strike a balance within the system of justice. Quote 129. The priority of liberty does not exclude marginal exchanges within the system of freedom. This quote acknowledges that while liberty holds a priority, some adjustments within the different liberties are possible. The explanation suggests that trade-offs between liberties may be necessary to maintain the overall system of freedom, provided these changes do not undermine the core principles of justice. Quote 130. We must now reason from the perspective of those who have the lesser political liberty. This quote emphasizes that any political inequality must be justified from the viewpoint of those disadvantaged by it. The explanation conveys that justice requires that any limitation of political liberties be defensible to those affected, ensuring that such inequalities serve the greater protection of their other freedoms. Quote 131. Equal political liberty is not solely a means. These freedoms strengthen men's sense of their own worth, enlarge their intellectual and moral sensibilities, and lay the basis for a sense of duty and obligation upon which the stability of just institutions depends. This quote asserts that political liberty is valuable in its own right, beyond its instrumental role. The explanation reveals that participating in political life enhances individuals' self-esteem and moral development, fostering a sense of duty and thereby contributing to the stability and integrity of a just society. Quote 132. The regular and impartial, and in this sense fair, administration of law we may call justice as regularity. This quote introduces the concept of justice as regularity, which emphasizes the consistent and unbiased application of the law. The explanation suggests that a just society requires laws to be applied fairly, without favoritism or discrimination, ensuring that everyone is subject to the same rules and standards. Quote 133. If the bases of these claims are unsure, so are the boundaries of men's liberties. This quote indicates that the uncertainty of laws creates ambiguity around individual freedoms. The explanation points out that when legal expectations are unclear or inconsistently applied, people cannot confidently exercise their rights, leading to a restriction of liberty through fear or confusion. Quote 134. The rule of law also implies the precept that similar cases be treated similarly. This quote highlights the necessity for consistency in the application of law, where similar situations are judged according to the same rules. The explanation indicates that this principle prevents arbitrary decisions and ensures fairness by holding authorities accountable to a standard that all must follow, reinforcing the idea of justice as equality under the law. Quote 135. The principle of legality has a firm foundation, then, in the agreement of rational persons to establish for themselves the greatest equal liberty. This quote argues that the foundation of legality stems from the rational agreement to pursue the greatest equal liberty for all. The explanation suggests that laws and their enforcement are legitimized when they align with the collective aim of maximizing equal freedom, reflecting the shared understanding of justice in society. Quote 136. The priority of liberty carries over to partial compliance theory. This quote asserts that even in situations where full compliance with justice is not possible, the priority of liberty remains a guiding principle. The explanation implies that any restrictions on freedom must still prioritize the equal liberties of individuals, showing that justice as fairness remains relevant even in non-ideal circumstances. Quote 137. Sometimes we may be forced to allow certain breaches of its precepts if we are to mitigate the loss of freedom from social evils that cannot be removed and to aim for the least injustice that conditions allow. This quote acknowledges that in some cases, compromises may be necessary to preserve the overall system of liberty. The explanation reveals that justice requires adapting to imperfect conditions, where permitting minor violations of legal principles may be essential to prevent greater harm or loss of freedom, always striving for the least possible injustice. Quote 138. The priority of liberty means that liberty can be restricted only for the sake of liberty itself. This quote emphasizes that restrictions on liberty are justified solely to protect or enhance other liberties. The explanation indicates that any limitation of freedom must ultimately serve the goal of securing a more extensive or equitable system of liberties, ensuring that no restriction undermines the overall framework of justice. 39. Existing institutions are to be judged in the light of this conception and held to be unjust to the extent that they depart from it without sufficient reason. This quote establishes that current societal institutions should be evaluated against the ideal of justice, and any deviation is unjust unless convincingly justified. The explanation suggests that justice requires an ongoing assessment of laws and practices, ensuring they align with principles of fairness and liberty unless there are valid reasons to deviate. Quote 140. Unequal liberty is then no longer justified. The lexical order is, so to speak, the inherent long-run equilibrium of a just system. This quote asserts that over time, as society progresses towards justice, any form of unequal liberty should be eliminated. The explanation indicates that Rawls's conception of justice aims for a future where equality and liberty is the norm, and any deviation from this ideal is only temporarily tolerated during the journey toward a more equitable system. Quote 141. The force of justice as fairness would appear to arise from two things: the requirement that all inequalities be justified to the least advantaged, and the priority of liberty. This quote identifies the core elements of Rawls's theory: justifying inequalities to the least advantaged and prioritizing liberty. The explanation conveys that these two principles underpin the fairness of the system, ensuring that any inequality must benefit those worse off, and that liberty remains the guiding priority in organizing society. Quote 142. Paternalistic principles are a protection against our own irrationality, and must not be interpreted to license assaults on one's convictions and character by any means, so long as these offer the prospect of securing consent later on. This quote acknowledges that paternalism is meant to safeguard individuals from their own irrational decisions, but should not be used to force changes in personal beliefs. The explanation emphasizes that even when acting on others' behalf, respect for their autonomy and integrity must be maintained, ensuring that interventions are just and measured. Quote 143. The principles of justice are also categorical imperatives in Kant's sense. For by a categorical imperative, Kant understands a principle of conduct that applies to a person in virtue of his nature as a free and equal rational being. This quote highlights that the principles of justice function as categorical imperatives, which means they apply universally to individuals simply because they are free and rational. It suggests that justice requires principles that do not depend on specific desires or goals, but rather on the intrinsic qualities of rational agents, thereby establishing a firm foundation for moral conduct. Quote 144. Kant held, I believe, that a person is acting autonomously when the principles of his action are chosen by him as the most adequate possible expression of his nature as a free and equal rational being. This quote discusses Kant's view of autonomy, where an individual's actions express their nature as free and rational. The explanation implies that, in acting autonomously, people choose principles not based on their social position or personal desires, but on their inherent rational nature, aligning with the concept of justice as fairness. Quote 145. The veil of ignorance deprives the persons in the original position of the knowledge that would enable them to choose heteronymous principles. This quote explains the role of the veil of ignorance in ensuring that decisions are made impartially. The explanation indicates that by removing personal biases and specific information, individuals in the original position are guided to select principles that reflect their rational and autonomous nature, avoiding choices influenced by self-interest or social status. Quote 146. The parties have a desire to express their nature as rational and equal members of the intelligible realm with precisely this liberty to choose. This quote emphasizes that individuals, when choosing principles of justice, seek to express their rational and equal nature. The explanation suggests that the desire for freedom and equality is fundamental to the process of selecting principles in the original position, reinforcing the idea that justice emerges from the exercise of autonomy. Quote 147. The principles of justice cover all persons with rational plans of life, whatever their content, and these principles represent the appropriate restrictions on freedom. This quote asserts that the principles of justice apply universally to everyone, regardless of their individual goals. The explanation indicates that justice as fairness provides a common framework that accommodates diverse life plans while placing necessary limitations on freedom to ensure that liberty is equally accessible to all. Quote 148. Properly understood, then, the desire to act justly derives in part from the desire to express most fully what we are or can be, namely, free and equal rational beings with a liberty to choose. This quote suggests that the motivation to act justly stems from the aspiration to embody our nature as free and equal rational beings. The The explanation reveals that justice is not only about following moral laws, but also about expressing our intrinsic rationality and autonomy, thereby achieving self-respect and mutual recognition in society. Quote 149. The principles of justice may serve as part of a doctrine of political economy. This quote establishes that Rawls's principles of justice can guide the evaluation and organization of economic systems. The explanation suggests that economic arrangements should not be based solely on considerations of efficiency or utility, but must align with the requirements of justice, serving the public good in a manner that respects the principles of fairness. Quote 150. The social system shapes the wants and aspirations that its citizens come to have. It determines, in part, the sort of persons they want to be, as well as the sort of persons they are. This quote highlights the profound influence that social and economic structures have on individuals' desires and character. The explanation indicates that economic institutions do more than just satisfy existing needs. They actively shape people's identities and future aspirations, making the design of these institutions a matter of justice. Quote 151. Justice as fairness is not at the mercy, so to speak, of existing wants and interests. This quote asserts that the principles of justice are not dependent on the current desires and interests of individuals. The explanation implies that Rawls's theory provides an objective standard for assessing social arrangements, one that remains independent of the fluctuating desires that may be influenced by present circumstances. Quote 152. A just system must generate its own support. This means that it must be arranged so as to bring about in its members the corresponding sense of justice. This quote emphasizes that a just society must cultivate a sense of justice within its members to ensure stability. The explanation suggests that for a system to be sustainable, it must not only enforce fair principles, but also foster the values and virtues that encourage individuals to uphold justice voluntarily. Quote 153. The principles of justice are not contingent upon existing desires or present social conditions. This quote reinforces the idea that Rawls's principles of justice stand apart from the specific desires or circumstances of any particular society. The explanation reveals that justice as fairness provides a consistent standard for evaluating institutions, ensuring that opportunities are preserved regardless of the current social context. Quote 154. Certain institutional forms are embedded within the conception of justice. This quote suggests that Rawls's theory inherently requires specific types of institutions to realize justice. The explanation indicates that achieving fairness is not a matter of indifference to the structure of society. Rather, justice demands particular institutional arrangements that align with the principles of equal liberty and equitable distribution of resources. Quote 155. Political economy is importantly concerned with the public sector and the proper form of the background institutions that regulate economic activity. This quote emphasizes that political economy involves the design of institutions that govern economic activities, particularly within the public sector. The explanation indicates that a just economic system must carefully consider how public institutions, such as taxation and property rights, are structured to ensure fairness and regulate the distribution of resources effectively. Quote 156. Ideally, all of these matters should be arranged in ways that satisfy the two principles of justice. This quote asserts that economic arrangements, including the production, distribution, and allocation of resources, should be designed to fulfill Rawls's two principles of justice. The explanation suggests that the economic system must prioritize equal basic liberties and fair opportunities, ensuring that any social and economic inequalities ultimately benefit the least advantaged members of society. Quote 157. A public good has two characteristic features: indivisibility and publicness. This quote defines public goods as resources that cannot be divided among individuals and must be enjoyed collectively. The explanation highlights that public goods, such as national defense, require collective arrangements for their provision and financing, as they cannot be distributed through market mechanisms based on individual preferences. Quote 158. The provision of public goods must be arranged for through the political process and not through the market. This quote points out that the allocation of public goods relies on political decisions rather than market transactions. The explanation suggests that because public goods affect society as a whole and cannot be easily divided or sold, their production and distribution need to be managed by the state to ensure that everyone benefits equally. Quote 159. The theory of justice for the basic structure presupposes an account of these arrangements. This quote states that Rawls's theory of justice requires an understanding of how economic institutions are organized. The explanation implies that a fair society depends on the appropriate design of economic systems, including how they handle issues like taxation, property rights, and public goods, all of which influence the distribution of social advantages. Quote 160. The main problem of distributive justice is the choice of a social system. This quote identifies the fundamental issue of distributive justice as determining which social system to implement. The explanation suggests that to achieve a fair distribution of wealth and opportunities, society must carefully design its institutions, laws, and economic processes to align with the principles of justice, particularly focusing on how these structures influence overall fairness. Quote 161. The social system is to be designed so that the resulting distribution is just however things turn out. This quote emphasizes the importance of creating a social system that ensures fairness regardless of outcomes. The explanation indicates that justice requires setting up background institutions and economic processes in such a way that they lead to equitable distribution, irrespective of the specific circumstances that may arise in society. Quote 162. The unequal inheritance of wealth is no more inherently unjust than the unequal inheritance of intelligence. This quote draws a parallel between the unequal distribution of wealth and natural talents. The explanation suggests that while both forms of inequality are not intrinsically unjust, society must ensure that any resulting disparities in wealth or opportunities align with the difference principle, meaning they must benefit the least advantaged and not compromise liberty or fair equality of opportunity. Quote 163. The taxation of inheritance and income at progressive rates are to secure the institutions of equal liberty in a property-owning democracy and the fair value of the rights they establish. This quote explains the role of progressive taxation in maintaining a just society. The explanation indicates that taxing wealth and income not only prevents excessive concentrations of power, but also upholds the fair value of liberties by promoting equal opportunity, ensuring that everyone has a fair chance to succeed regardless of their starting point in life. Quote 164. Since the market is not suited to answer the claims of need, these should be met by a separate arrangement. This quote highlights the market's limitations in addressing the needs of the least advantaged. The explanation suggests that while markets can efficiently allocate resources, they do not consider individuals' basic needs. Therefore, justice requires the establishment of mechanisms, such as a social minimum, to provide for those needs outside the market system. Quote 165. The two principles of justice regulate the whole structure. They also regulate the balance of precepts. This quote underscores that the two principles of justice guide not only individual institutions, but also the overall balance between various societal rules and norms. The explanation conveys that achieving distributive justice involves coordinating different institutions, like markets, taxation, and public goods provision, so that they collectively create a fair and equitable society. Quote 166. The main problem of justice between generations is how much to save for the benefit of future generations. This quote highlights the challenge of determining a fair rate of saving that considers the needs of future generations. The explanation suggests that justice requires a balanced approach to saving that allows each generation to benefit from the accumulated resources while ensuring that future generations inherit a fair share, thus upholding the principles of fairness across time. Quote 167. The principles of justice for the basic structure presuppose an account of how much is to be saved and invested to preserve and enhance the material base of just institutions. This quote emphasizes that the principles of justice inherently depend on decisions regarding savings and investments to support just institutions. The explanation indicates that a fair society must consider not only the distribution of resources among current citizens, but also how those resources are managed to sustain and strengthen justice for future generations. Quote 168. The difference principle is inapplicable, and it would seem to imply, if anything, that there be no saving at all. This quote explains that the difference principle does not directly address intergenerational justice, since future generations cannot improve the situation of the least fortunate in earlier generations. The explanation suggests that justice between generations requires a different approach, as the difference principle alone would not justify saving for the benefit of those who are not yet born. Quote 169. Each generation must not only preserve the gains of culture and civilization and maintain intact those just institutions that have been established, but it must also put aside in each period of time a suitable amount of real capital accumulation. This quote outlines the responsibilities of each generation, which include preserving cultural and institutional achievements while saving resources for the future. The explanation highlights that justice between generations involves not just maintaining the status quo, but also investing in the future, ensuring that subsequent generations have the means to uphold and further justice. Quote 170. A just savings principle can be regarded as an understanding between generations to carry their fair share of the burden of realizing and preserving a just society. This quote describes the just savings principle as an agreement across generations to contribute fairly to building and sustaining a just society. The explanation suggests that each generation must do its part in the ongoing project of justice, ensuring that they both benefit from the efforts of their predecessors and provide for their successors, creating a continuous chain of fairness. Quote 171. The parties do not know to which generation they belong. They must choose a just savings principle that assigns an appropriate rate of accumulation to each level of advance. This quote references the original position where individuals are unaware of their generational status, forcing them to choose savings principles impartially. The explanation indicates that this approach ensures that the chosen principles are fair, as they are based on rational deliberation rather than self-interest, leading to a savings rate that benefits all generations equitably. Quote 172. Persons in different generations have duties and obligations to one another, just as contemporaries do. This quote suggests that the concept of justice extends across generations, meaning that people alive today have responsibilities to future generations. The explanation indicates generations are not merely a matter of preference, but arise from the principles of justice chosen in the original position, requiring us to consider the impact of our actions on those who will live after us. Quote 173. There is no reason for the parties to give any weight to mere position in time. This quote argues that individuals in the original position, under the veil of ignorance, would not favor one generation over another based solely on temporal position. The explanation implies that a fair savings principle must treat each generation equally, without prioritizing the present over the future or vice versa, ensuring an unbiased approach to intergenerational justice. Quote 174. The rejection of pure time preference is not incompatible with taking uncertainties and changing circumstances into account. This quote clarifies that while the principles of justice dismiss pure time preference, they still acknowledge that practical uncertainties and varying circumstances can influence decision-making. The explanation suggests that rational deliberation allows for consideration of these factors, provided they do not undermine the requirement to treat different generations fairly. Quote 175. The collective will concerning the provision for the future is subject, as all other social decisions are, to the principles of justice. This quote states that decisions about saving for future generations must align with the overarching principles of justice. The explanation implies that even democratic choices regarding resource allocation for future needs should be guided by fairness, highlighting that the present generation's will does not supersede the ethical obligation to uphold just arrangements. Quote 176. Time preference has no intrinsic ethical appeal. It is introduced in a purely ad hoc way to moderate the consequences of the utility criterion. This quote critiques the use of time preference as a principle in economic and ethical discussions, highlighting its lack of inherent moral justification. The explanation suggests that time preference is often invoked merely to address the shortcomings of utilitarian approaches, rather than being a fundamental component of a just savings principle, underscoring the need for a more solid foundation in intergenerational justice. Quote 177. Keynes does not say that the hardships of the poor are justified by the greater welfare of later generations. This quote points out that, according to Keynes, economic inequalities cannot be defended solely on the grounds of benefiting future generations. The explanation indicates that even in scenarios where wealth accumulation appears to benefit society over time, it is insufficient to justify the suffering of the less fortunate, reinforcing the priority of justice over efficiency. Quote 178. The priority of fair opportunity means that we must appeal to the chances given to those with the lesser opportunity. This quote establishes that the principle of fair opportunity requires focusing on the prospects of the least advantaged. The explanation implies that any restrictions on equality must be justified by showing that they open up better alternatives for those who initially have fewer opportunities. Adhering to the difference principles commitment to improving the conditions of the least well-off. Quote 179. First principle. Each person is to have an equal right to the most extensive total system of equal basic liberties compatible with a similar system of liberty for all. This quote states Rawls's first principle of justice, which asserts that everyone should have the maximum possible equal liberty that can coexist with equal liberty for others. The explanation highlights that this principle prioritizes individual freedoms, requiring that any limitations on liberty must be consistent with preserving equal rights for everyone. Quote 180. Second principle, social and economic inequalities are to be arranged so that they are both A. to the greatest benefit of the least advantaged, consistent with the just savings principle, and B. attached to offices and positions open to all under conditions of fair equality of opportunity. This quote outlines the second principle, which mandates that inequalities must benefit the least advantaged and ensure fair access to opportunities. The explanation conveys that Rawls's framework allows for inequalities only when they contribute to the welfare of those who are worse off, and when everyone has a fair chance to attain advantageous positions, thereby creating a balanced and just society. Quote 181. The principles of justice are to be ranked in lexical order, and therefore liberty can be restricted only for the sake of liberty. This quote reinforces that the principles of justice prioritize liberty above all else, permitting restrictions solely to preserve or strengthen the overall system of liberty. The explanation suggests that justice requires a hierarchy where basic freedoms are protected first, ensuring that any limitations on liberty serve to uphold the broader framework of equal rights for all individuals. Quote 182. All social primary goods, liberty and opportunity, income and wealth, and the basis of self-respect, are to be distributed equally unless an unequal distribution of any or all of these goods is to the advantage of the least favored. This quote restates the general conception of justice, emphasizing equality in the distribution of essential social goods unless unequal distribution benefits the least advantaged. The explanation indicates that Rawls's framework allows for disparities only when they contribute to improving the circumstances of those who are worse off, thus aligning economic arrangements with the principles of fairness. Quote 183. A just scheme gives each person his due. That is, it allots to each what he is entitled to, as defined by the scheme itself. This quote describes the idea that justice provides individuals with their rightful shares based on established social rules. The explanation implies that fair distribution is not about rewarding moral worth, but rather about honoring legitimate expectations within the context of a society's institutions and agreements, reflecting the core principles of justice. Quote 184. The just savings principle acts as a constraint on the rate of accumulation. Each age is to do its fair share in achieving the conditions necessary for just institutions and the fair value of liberty. But beyond this, more cannot be required. This quote explains that the just savings principle sets a limit on how much each generation should save for the future. The explanation suggests that while each generation has a duty to contribute to building and sustaining just institutions, there is a point beyond which additional saving becomes unreasonable, ensuring fairness between present and future generations. Quote 185. None of these precepts can be plausibly raised to a first principle. Each has presumably arisen in answer to a relevant feature connected with certain particular institutions, this feature being but one among many, and these institutions of a special kind. This quote argues that common sense precepts, such as distributing goods based on effort or contribution, should not be elevated to primary principles of justice. The explanation indicates that these precepts are secondary norms that arise within specific institutions, and focusing solely on them can lead to neglecting other important factors necessary for achieving a fair system of distribution. Quote 186. The problem of just savings may be used to illustrate further cases of the priority of justice. This quote introduces the idea that considerations about savings for future generations highlight how justice principles take precedence over other concerns. The explanation suggests that when determining how much to save, society must prioritize fairness and equality, ensuring that current policies do not compromise the liberties or opportunities of future generations. Quote 187. There is a tendency for common sense to suppose that income and wealth, and the good things in life generally, should be distributed according to moral desert. This quote points out a common belief that wealth and resources should be allocated based on moral virtue. The explanation suggests that while this view resonates with many people's intuitions about fairness, Rawls rejects it in favor of principles of justice that do not rely on subjective assessments of individual moral worth. Quote 188. Justice as fairness rejects this conception. Such a principle would not be chosen in the original position. This quote states that the idea of distributing goods according to moral desert is not a part of Rawls's theory of justice. The explanation clarifies that, in the original position, individuals would not select principles that tie distribution to moral worth, as they recognize that such a standard is arbitrary and does not ensure fairness or equal opportunity. Quote 189. The notion of distribution according to virtue fails to distinguish between moral desert and legitimate expectations. This quote emphasizes that distributing resources based on virtue confuses moral desert with what Rawls calls legitimate expectations. The explanation indicates that justice should focus on meeting individuals' rightful claims as defined by social institutions, rather than attempting to measure and reward intrinsic worth. Quote 190. A just scheme, then, answers to what men are entitled to. It satisfies their legitimate expectations as founded upon social institutions. This quote asserts that justice is about fulfilling individuals' rightful claims based on the rules of society. The explanation reveals that distributive justice does not seek to reward moral virtue, but rather ensures that everyone receives what they are entitled to under a fair system of laws and institutions. Quote 191. The premiums earned by scarce natural talents do not correlate with moral worth, since the initial endowment of natural assets and the contingencies of their growth and nurture in early life are arbitrary from a moral point of view. This quote points out that rewards for natural talents do not reflect moral deservingness, as these talents are often the result of luck rather than merit. The explanation suggests that justice should not link distribution to such arbitrary factors, reinforcing the idea that fairness is about equal opportunities, not rewarding unearned advantages. Quote 192. The concept of moral worth does not provide a first principle of distributive justice. This quote clarifies that moral worth cannot serve as the basis for a fair system of distribution. The explanation indicates that Rawls's theory places principles of justice, such as fairness and equality, at the forefront, dismissing the idea that distribution should aim to reward individuals according to subjective judgments of virtue. Quote 193. The distribution of economic and social advantages is entirely different. These arrangements are not the converse, so to speak, of the criminal law, so that just as the one punishes certain offenses, the other rewards moral worth. This quote points out that the distribution of social and economic goods is not intended to be a reward for moral behavior. The explanation suggests that economic systems are not designed to mirror criminal justice, where good actions are rewarded and bad ones punished. Instead, social advantages are allocated to cover the costs of education, motivate individuals to take up roles necessary for society, and are influenced by efficiency and justice. Quote 194. Mixed conceptions accept the first principle and therefore recognize the primary place of the equal liberties. This quote explains that even alternative theories of justice that mix various principles still uphold the priority of equal basic liberties. The explanation indicates that any reasonable conception of justice must acknowledge the importance of liberty as a foundation for a just society, showing that even those who substitute other standards for the difference principle respect the primacy of equal rights. Quote 195. The fact is that we do not in general agree to very much when we acknowledge ends of this kind. This quote points out the ambiguity and lack of consensus surrounding certain distributive justice principles. The explanation suggests that when justice relies on vague ideals, such as maximizing average utility constrained by a social minimum, it lacks clear guidance on how to weigh and balance different objectives, making it challenging to establish a concrete conception of justice. Quote 196. The difference principle is a relatively precise conception, since it ranks all combinations of objectives according to how well they promote the prospects of the least favored. This quote asserts that the difference principle offers a clear and concrete guideline for distribution by focusing on the improvement of the least advantaged. The explanation implies that this principle stands out because it provides a straightforward method to evaluate social and economic policies, promoting justice through its unambiguous prioritization of those who are worst off. Quote 197. It is easier for those with the stronger social positions to advance their interests unjustly without being shown to be clearly out of bounds. This quote suggests that without a clear principle like the difference principle, individuals in powerful positions can manipulate the system to benefit themselves. The explanation emphasizes the need for explicit justice principles to prevent those in advantageous positions from exploiting societal ambiguities to maintain or enhance their benefits at the expense of the less fortunate. Quote 198. The concept of happiness and well-being is not sufficiently determinate, and even to define a suitable cardinal measure, we may have to look at the moral theory in which it will be used. This quote criticizes the vagueness of utilitarian approaches in defining and measuring well-being. The explanation reveals that utilitarianism's reliance on an unclear notion of happiness makes it difficult to create a standard for interpersonal comparisons, suggesting that a more concrete moral theory, like Rawls's justice as fairness, is required to establish fair and actionable principles of distribution. Quote 199. The principle of perfection is accepted as but one standard among several in an intuitionist theory. This quote indicates that in some views, perfection is just one of multiple criteria for determining justice, balanced against other values. The explanation suggests that this approach allows room for ideals of excellence, like cultural or intellectual achievements, but does not place them above all other principles, reflecting a more flexible, though potentially conflicting, conception of justice. Quote 200. The principle of perfection gets into difficulty. They do not have an agreed criterion of perfection that can be used as a principle for choosing between institutions. This quote identifies a problem with the principle of perfection, as individuals do not share a universal standard for what constitutes perfection. The explanation points out that without a common measure, the principle becomes impractical as a basis for justice, since it could lead to conflicts and inconsistencies in deciding how society should be organized. Quote 201. Everyone should have the greatest equal liberty, consistent with a similar liberty for others. This quote restates one of Rawls's central principles, emphasizing that each person is entitled to the maximum possible freedom that does not infringe on the liberty of others. The explanation highlights that justice requires establishing a system where individual liberties are preserved equally, rejecting any form of hierarchy based on arbitrary standards of excellence or perfection. Quote 202. The principles of justice do not even mention the amount or the distribution of welfare, but refer only to the distribution of liberties and the other primary goods. This quote clarifies that Rawls's principles focus on the fair distribution of fundamental liberties and resources, rather than measuring or maximizing overall welfare. The explanation suggests that by concentrating on rights and opportunities, Rawls avoids the pitfalls of utilitarian calculations, which can lead to sacrificing individual rights for the sake of greater utility. Quote 203. They cannot risk their freedom by authorizing a standard of value to define what is to be maximized by a teleological principle of justice. This quote emphasizes that individuals in the original position would not choose a principle that risks their freedom based on some arbitrary standard of value. The explanation implies that accepting such a standard could lead to restrictions on personal liberties and the potential loss of one's ability to pursue personal goals, which contradicts the principles of justice as fairness. Quote 204. Justice as fairness allows that in a well-ordered society, the values of excellence are recognized, the human perfections are to be pursued within the limits of the principle of free association. This quote acknowledges that while Rawls's theory does not dismiss the pursuit of excellence, it restricts it within the boundaries of free association. The explanation indicates that individuals are free to engage in cultural, intellectual, and artistic activities, but these pursuits should not influence the allocation of basic liberties or resources in a way that undermines equal justice. Quote 205. The principles of justice do not permit subsidizing universities and institutes, or opera and the theater, on the grounds that these institutions are intrinsically valuable. This quote asserts that Rawls's principles of justice do not justify using public funds to support cultural institutions solely because they are deemed valuable. The explanation suggests that such subsidies can only be considered if they directly promote the equal liberties or benefit the least advantaged in society, reinforcing the focus on fairness over subjective assessments of worth. Quote 206. To find a firm basis for equal liberty, it seems that we must reject the traditional teleological principles, both perfectionist and utilitarian. This quote concludes that achieving a just system of equal liberties requires moving away from principles that prioritize specific outcomes, such as perfection or utility. The explanation reveals that Rawls's theory of justice as fairness offers a more stable foundation for protecting individual rights, as it does not rely on contested ideals or the maximization of subjective values. Quote 207. From the standpoint of the theory of justice, the most important natural duty is that to support and to further just institutions. This quote emphasizes that one of the key duties in Rawls's theory is the obligation to promote and uphold institutions that align with principles of justice. The explanation suggests that individuals are bound to contribute to the maintenance and creation of fair societal structures regardless of their voluntary actions, reinforcing the stability and fairness of social cooperation. Quote 208. We are to comply with and to do our share in just institutions when they exist and apply to us. And second, we are to assist in the establishment of just arrangements when they do not exist. This quote outlines a twofold natural duty: participating in and upholding existing just institutions and helping to create such institutions where they are absent. The explanation indicates that Rawls's conception of justice requires both adherence to just systems and active involvement in promoting fair practices, highlighting a proactive commitment to justice. Quote 209. The natural duty of justice would be agreed to rather than a principle of utility, and that from the standpoint of the theory of justice, it is the fundamental requirement for individuals. This quote states that individuals in the original position would choose the natural duty of justice over utilitarian principles. The explanation suggests that upholding justice as fairness is seen as a more reliable foundation for guiding personal conduct, ensuring that one's actions align with the principles that sustain just institutions. Quote 210. Mutual respect is shown in several ways: in our willingness to see the situation of others from their point of view, from the perspective of their conception of their good, and in our being prepared to give reasons for our actions whenever the interests of others are materially affected. This quote describes how mutual respect is central to moral interactions. The explanation implies that acknowledging others' viewpoints and providing justification for actions affecting them are essential aspects of respect, contributing to the sense of justice and cooperation within a society. Quote 211. The public knowledge that citizens generally have an effective sense of justice is a very great social asset. It tends to stabilize just social arrangements. This quote highlights the importance of a shared sense of justice among citizens for the stability of society. The explanation suggests that when people are aware that others are committed to justice, it fosters trust and cooperation, making it more likely that individuals will comply with and support just institutions. Quote 2-12. The purpose of this second clause is to ensure that obligations arise only if certain background conditions are satisfied. This quote emphasizes the need for background conditions of justice to validate any obligations acquired through voluntary participation. The explanation suggests that individuals are not bound to uphold obligations in unjust institutions, as such arrangements lack the ethical foundation required for legitimate commitments. Quote 213. The principle of fidelity is but a special case of the principle of fairness applied to the social practice of promising. This quote states that the duty to keep promises, fidelity, is derived from the broader principle of fairness. The explanation suggests that when individuals make promises within the framework of a just institution, they voluntarily accept obligations under the principle of fairness, thus making fidelity a specific manifestation of this fundamental concept. Quote 214. In a well-ordered society, however, this knowledge is present. When its members give promises, there is a reciprocal recognition of their intention to put themselves under an obligation and a shared rational belief that this obligation is honored. This quote explains that in a just society, individuals mutually recognize and trust the obligation that comes with making promises. The explanation implies that such a society depends on a shared commitment to honor promises, fostering cooperation and stability, which are essential for maintaining justice. Quote 215. Even the rule of promising does not give rise to a moral obligation by itself. To account for fiduciary obligations, we must take the principle of fairness as a premise. This quote points out that simply making a promise does not inherently create a moral obligation. The principle of fairness must be invoked to explain why promises should be kept. The explanation reveals that the moral force of a promise comes from the broader context of justice, where the principle of fairness dictates the necessity of honoring commitments. Quote 216. The real question is under which circumstances and to what extent we are bound to comply with unjust arrangements. This quote introduces the complex issue of whether individuals have a duty to follow unjust laws or institutions. The explanation suggests that the presence of injustice does not automatically negate all obligations. Rather, there needs to be careful consideration of the specific conditions under which compliance is necessary or can be rightfully refused. Quote 217. The principle of fairness has two parts, one which states how we acquire obligations, namely by doing various things voluntarily, and another which lays down the condition that the institution in question be just. This quote outlines the principle of fairness, highlighting that obligations arise from voluntary participation and depend on the justness of the institution. The explanation suggests that individuals are bound by obligations only when they willingly engage in practices within institutions that meet certain standards of justice. Quote 218. When the basic structure of society is reasonably just, as estimated by what the current state of things allows, we are to recognize unjust laws as binding provided that they do not exceed certain limits of injustice. This quote asserts that in a society that is mostly just, individuals should accept some degree of injustice as long as it does not cross certain thresholds. The explanation implies that a society can never be perfectly just, and the duty to comply with the law remains as long as the overall structure strives toward fairness and does not inflict excessive harm. Quote 219. The principles of justice, in lexical order, belong to ideal theory. When we ask whether and under what circumstances unjust arrangements are to be tolerated, we are faced with a different sort of question. This quote distinguishes between ideal theory, which defines the perfect conditions of justice, and non-ideal circumstances where injustice must be addressed. The explanation suggests that while the principles of justice provide an ideal framework, applying them in real-world situations requires careful judgment about when to tolerate deviations from perfect justice. Quote 220. There are many occasions when this duty will come into play. In a state of we normally have a duty to comply with unjust laws in virtue of our duty to support a just constitution. This quote acknowledges that individuals may often face the duty to comply with unjust laws as part of their obligation to uphold a largely society. The explanation implies that maintaining a functioning and fair constitutional system sometimes necessitates tolerating minor injustices to preserve social order and the broader framework of justice. Quote 221. The procedure of majority rule, however it is defined and circumscribed, has a subordinate place as a procedural device. This quote suggests that majority rule is not the ultimate principle of justice, but a tool used to facilitate decision-making in society. The explanation indicates that majority rule is justified insofar as it helps achieve just outcomes aligned with the principles of justice, serving as a mechanism to enact fair legislation while recognizing its limitations. Quote 222. There is nothing to the view, then, that what the majority wills is right. This quote rejects the idea that the will of the majority automatically equates to what is just. The explanation emphasizes that majority decisions must still be evaluated against the principles of justice, highlighting that the process of voting is subject to higher moral and political standards rather than being inherently correct. Quote 223. A just constitution is defined as a constitution that would be agreed upon by rational delegates in a constitutional convention who are guided by the two principles of justice. This quote defines a just constitution as one that rational individuals would agree upon under conditions where they are guided by Rawls's principles of justice. The explanation suggests that a fair constitution is one that rational actors would endorse in a hypothetical original position, emphasizing the foundational role of justice in constitutional design. Quote 224. In the ideal procedure, the decision reached is not a compromise, a bargain struck between opposing parties trying to advance their ends. The legislative discussion must be conceived not as a contest between interests, but as an attempt to find the best policy as defined by the principles of justice. This quote highlights that legislative discussions, under the ideal procedure, are not about compromises between competing interests, but about seeking policies that best align with justice. The explanation indicates that legislators in an ideal society focus on achieving outcomes consistent with fairness and equality, moving beyond mere negotiation or self-interest. Quote 225. Discussion is a way of combining information and enlarging the range of arguments. At least in the course of time, the effects of common deliberation seem bound to improve matters. This quote emphasizes the importance of open discussion in legislative processes. The explanation suggests that through collective deliberation, legislators can consider diverse perspectives, enhancing their ability to reach just decisions by pooling knowledge and reasoning, thereby refining the quality of laws and policies over time. Quote 226. The ideal market process and the ideal legislative procedure are different in crucial respects. They are designed to achieve distinct ends, the first leading to efficiency, the latter, if possible, to justice. This quote contrasts the goals of market and legislative processes, stating that markets aim for efficiency, while legislation seeks justice. The explanation indicates that the legislative process is concerned with aligning policies with principles of fairness, whereas the market operates on individual preferences and advantages, underscoring the unique focus of justice in political decision-making. Quote 227. Civil disobedience is a public, non-violent, conscientious yet political act contrary to law, usually done with the aim of bringing about a change in the law or policies of the government. This quote defines civil disobedience, emphasizing that it is a deliberate, open, and peaceful violation of the law intended to prompt changes in government policies. The explanation indicates that civil disobedience appeals to the community's sense of justice, highlighting discrepancies in social cooperation and seeking to address perceived injustices without resorting to violence or secrecy. Quote 228. Civil disobedience is a political act not only in the sense that it is addressed to the majority that holds political power, but also because it is an act guided and justified by political principles, that is, by the principles of justice. This quote emphasizes that civil disobedience is inherently political, grounded in principles of justice that shape the Constitution and social institutions. The explanation suggests that such acts are not merely based on personal morality or group interests, but invoke a commonly accepted conception of justice to challenge and persuade those in power to reconsider their actions. Quote 229. The problem of civil disobedience, as I shall interpret it, arises only within a more or less just democratic state for those citizens who recognize and accept the legitimacy of the Constitution. This quote clarifies that the concept of civil disobedience is relevant in societies that are largely just and democratic, where citizens acknowledge the Constitution's authority. The explanation indicates that civil disobedience becomes a matter of conflicting duties, between obeying the law and opposing injustices within an otherwise legitimate system. Quote 230. Civil disobedience is non-violent for another reason. It expresses disobedience to law within the limits of fidelity to law, although it is at the outer edge thereof. This quote underlines the non-violent nature of civil disobedience, explaining that it involves breaking the law while still respecting the legal system. The explanation suggests that by being public and willing to accept the consequences, individuals demonstrate their sincere commitment to justice, staying within the framework of legal and moral discourse. Quote 231. By engaging in civil disobedience, a minority forces the majority to consider whether it wishes to have its actions construed in this way, or whether, in view of the common sense of justice, it wishes to acknowledge the legitimate claims of the minority. This quote highlights how civil disobedience serves as a tool for minorities to confront the majority, challenging them to reflect on their sense of justice. Through nonviolent means, minorities can question the moral and ethical implications of the majority's actions. Civil disobedience compels the majority to reassess whether their decisions align with a shared sense of fairness and justice, or if they need to recognize and address the legitimate concerns of the minority. It underscores the power of peaceful resistance in fostering dialogue and potentially reforming unjust practices or policies, appealing to the collective conscience of a society to strive for greater equity and fairness. Quote 232. Conscientious refusal is non-compliance with a more or less direct legal injunction or administrative order. This quote defines conscientious refusal as the act of refusing to follow a specific legal command, often due to moral or religious reasons. The explanation suggests that conscientious refusal differs from civil disobedience in that it is typically a personal decision not meant as a public statement or appeal to the sense of justice in the community. Quote 233. Civil disobedience is an appeal to a commonly shared conception of justice, whereas conscientious refusal may have other grounds. This quote differentiates civil disobedience from conscientious refusal by emphasizing that civil disobedience is rooted in shared political principles, while conscientious refusal may stem from personal or religious beliefs. The explanation indicates that civil disobedience seeks to address public principles of justice, whereas conscientious refusal may be driven by individual values that do not necessarily align with societal norms. Quote 234. A theory of justice must work out from its own point of view how to treat those who dissent from it. This quote points out that a theory of justice must include provisions for handling dissent, particularly when individuals refuse to comply with laws they believe are unjust. The explanation suggests that an effective theory of justice must establish criteria for tolerance, defining the extent to which differing beliefs and actions can coexist within a fair system of laws. Quote 235. In a free society, no one may be compelled, as the early Christians were, to perform religious acts in violation of equal liberty. This quote emphasizes the principle of religious freedom within a just society, stating that individuals should not be forced to violate their beliefs. The explanation conveys that a society grounded in justice and equality must protect individuals' rights to act according to their conscience, especially in matters of religion, as long as these actions do not infringe upon the equal liberties of others. Quote 236. The duty of civility imposes a due acceptance of the defects of institutions and a certain restraint in taking advantage of them. This quote introduces the concept of civility, which requires individuals to acknowledge institutional flaws without exploiting them for personal gain. The explanation implies that respect for the social order and commitment to justice requires citizens to exercise restraint, working to improve institutions rather than undermine them for self-interest. Quote 237. There is, of course, in actual situations, no sharp distinction between civil disobedience and conscientious refusal. This quote acknowledges that, in reality, the line between civil disobedience and conscientious refusal can be blurred. The explanation suggests that while theoretical distinctions help clarify these concepts, in practice, actions may possess elements of both, complicating their classification and the appropriate response to them within a just society. Quote 238. The justification of civil disobedience should be limited to instances of substantial and clear injustice, and preferably to those which obstruct the path to removing other injustices. This quote outlines the conditions under which civil disobedience is justified, emphasizing that it should be reserved for significant injustices, particularly those that block progress toward further justice. The explanation suggests that civil disobedience should not be taken lightly. It must focus on egregious violations of justice, such as blatant infringements on fundamental liberties or equality of opportunity, to serve its intended purpose in a democratic society. Quote 239. The appeal to the public's conception of justice is not sufficiently clear. The resolution of these issues is best left to the political process, provided that the requisite equal liberties are secure. This quote argues that some issues, particularly those involving economic policies like tax laws, may be too complex to be effectively addressed through civil disobedience. The explanation indicates that when equal liberties are intact, it is more appropriate to rely on political processes and deliberation to resolve such matters, as civil disobedience is primarily intended for addressing clear violations of fundamental justice. Quote 240. Civil disobedience is a last resort. We should be sure that it is necessary. This quote stresses that civil disobedience should be employed only after all other legal and political avenues have been exhausted. The explanation suggests that before resorting to breaking the law, individuals must attempt to address injustices through normal political means. Civil disobedience is justified only when these efforts fail, highlighting the importance of patience and persistence in seeking justice. Quote 241. If a certain minority is justified in engaging in civil disobedience, then any other minority in relevantly similar circumstances is likewise justified. This quote explains that if one group has grounds for civil disobedience, other groups in comparable situations have the same justification. The explanation implies that fairness requires consistency in how society views acts of civil disobedience, acknowledging that multiple groups might have equally valid reasons to dissent, provided they face similar degrees of injustice and obstacles in seeking change. Quote 242. An alliance of this sort is difficult to arrange, but with perceptive leadership, it does not appear impossible. This quote refers to the potential for various minority groups suffering from injustice to coordinate their civil disobedience to avoid overwhelming society. The explanation suggests that while organizing such an alliance is challenging, it is feasible with effective leadership, helping to ensure that acts of dissent are impactful without threatening the stability of a just constitutional system. Quote 243. The exercise of the right to dissent, like the exercise of rights generally, is sometimes limited by others having the very same right. This quote recognizes that the right to dissent, including civil disobedience, may be constrained when everyone exercises this right simultaneously, leading to negative consequences. The explanation indicates that while individuals have the right to protest, they must also consider how their actions interact with others' rights and the overall impact on society, advocating for a balanced approach to dissent. Quote 244. The basic principle of the law of nations is a principle of equality. Independent peoples organized as states have certain fundamental equal rights. This quote introduces the idea that the law of nations is founded on equality, where each state possesses fundamental rights similar to those of individuals within a society. The explanation suggests that just as citizens in a constitutional democracy have equal liberties, nations too have equal rights, such as self-determination and self-defense, which form the basis for justice in international relations. Quote 245. Conscientious refusal is founded upon a political conception, and not necessarily upon religious or other notions. This quote emphasizes that conscientious refusal can be rooted in political principles rather than religious or personal beliefs. The explanation indicates that individuals may refuse to participate in actions, such as acts of war, based on their alignment with political principles of justice, particularly when they perceive these actions as violating the underlying conception of a just society. Quote 246. The justification of conscientious refusal in time of war appeals to these principles. It is founded upon the same theory of justice that underlies the Constitution and guides its interpretation. This quote suggests that the justification for conscientious refusal, especially in wartime, is based on the same principles of justice that uphold a nation's constitution. The explanation reveals that when individuals object to certain wartime actions, they are appealing to established political principles, like the laws of nations, that reflect a broader commitment to justice. Quote 247. The priority of liberty requires that conscription be used only as the security of liberty necessitates. This quote asserts that the use of conscription is only justifiable if it is necessary to protect liberty. The explanation suggests that since conscription infringes on basic liberties, It must be limited to situations where the defense of freedom is at stake, ensuring that individual rights are not compromised for lesser goals, such as economic advantage or national power. Quote 248. Citizens agree to this arrangement as a fair way of sharing in the burdens of national defense. This quote explains that in a just society, conscription is seen as a fair method of distributing the responsibilities of defense. The explanation implies that even though conscription involves significant personal risks, it is accepted because it represents an equitable sharing of the duty to protect the society's liberties. Quote 249. A citizen may maintain that once it is clear that the moral law of war is being regularly violated, he has a right to decline military service on the ground that he is entitled to ensure that he honors his natural duty. This quote provides the justification for conscientious refusal based on the conduct of war. The explanation suggests that when a war is conducted in ways that violate moral laws, individuals have the right, and potentially the duty, to refuse participation in order to uphold their natural duty to avoid grave injustices. Quote 250. The role of civil disobedience is to address the sense of justice of the majority, and to serve fair notice that in one's sincere and considered opinion, the conditions of free cooperation are being violated. This quote describes the purpose of civil disobedience, which is to appeal to the community's sense of justice and alert them to perceived injustices. The explanation suggests that civil disobedience serves as a method for those suffering injustice to urge the majority to reconsider their actions, thereby promoting a system of fair cooperation among equals. Quote 251. Civil disobedience used with due restraint and sound judgment helps to maintain and strengthen just institutions. This quote emphasizes that civil disobedience, when executed responsibly, can play a crucial role in preserving justice. The explanation indicates that through measured dissent, individuals can resist unjust practices, ultimately reinforcing the stability and integrity of a society's institutions by acting as a check against potential deviations from justice. Quote 252. Submission arouses the contempt of those who perpetuate injustice and confirms their intention, whereas resistance cuts the ties of community. This quote highlights the tension between submission and resistance to injustice. The explanation implies that acquiescing to injustice may embolden oppressors, while resistance can disrupt social cohesion. This dynamic underscores the complexity of dissent and the delicate balance needed to protest while maintaining community ties. Quote 253. The principles of justice are the principles of willing cooperation among equals. This quote defines the essence of justice as the mutual agreement to cooperate fairly among individuals regarded as equals. The explanation suggests that justice involves recognizing others' equal status and shaping actions according to principles chosen in a fair situation, thereby fostering an environment of mutual respect and equitable collaboration. Quote 254. Civil disobedience as defined does not require a sectarian foundation, but is derived from the public conception of justice that characterizes a democratic society. This quote asserts that civil disobedience is rooted in a shared political understanding of justice, not in specific religious or moral doctrines. The explanation indicates that it is a political act appealing to the democratic ideals of equality and cooperation, making it an integral part of a democratic society, rather than a mere expression of personal belief. Quote 255. The final court of appeal is not the court, nor the executive, nor the legislature, but the electorate as a whole. This quote stresses that in a democratic society, the ultimate authority lies with the people. The explanation suggests that civil disobedience appeals directly to the electorate's sense of justice, challenging institutions to align with the moral and political values upheld by society as a whole, reaffirming the democratic principle of popular sovereignty. Quote 256. In contrast with teleological theories, something is good only if it fits into ways of life consistent with the principles of right already on hand. This quote distinguishes Rawls's theory from teleological theories by emphasizing that something is only considered good if it aligns with established principles of justice. The explanation suggests that Rawls's framework prioritizes the principles of right over any specific conception of the good, ensuring that the pursuit of personal or societal goals does not violate the overarching requirements of justice. Quote 257. The concept of right is prior to that of the good. This quote underscores the idea that principles of justice take precedence over the definition of what is good. The explanation indicates that in Rawls's theory, the rules of justice set the boundaries for what can be considered good, rather than allowing individual conceptions of the good to dictate the structure of a just society. Quote 258. We need what I have called the thin theory of the good to explain the rational preference for primary goods and to explicate the notion of rationality underlying the choice of principles in the original position. This quote introduces the thin theory of the good, which helps define the basic goods necessary for individuals to carry out their life plans. The explanation suggests that this theory provides the necessary assumptions about what rational individuals would prioritize, enabling the fair selection of principles in the original position without being influenced by specific, subjective conceptions of the good. Quote 259. Once the principles of right are on hand, we may appeal to them in explaining the concept of moral worth and the good of the moral virtues. This quote suggests that, after establishing the principles of justice, they can be used to define other ethical concepts, such as moral worth and virtue. The explanation implies that moral virtues and the idea of being a good person are shaped and constrained by the principles of justice, indicating that ethical behavior must conform to these fundamental principles. Quote 260. Rational individuals, whatever else they want, desire certain things as prerequisites for carrying out their plans of life. This quote identifies primary goods, such as liberty, opportunity, and wealth, as essential for rational individuals to pursue their goals. The explanation indicates that while people have diverse life plans, they universally require access to certain basic goods to achieve their aims, reinforcing the importance of distributing these goods justly. Quote 261. We need an account of the good to spell all this out. The characteristic feature of this full theory is that it takes the principles of justice as already secured, and then uses these principles in defining the other moral concepts in which the notion of goodness is involved. This quote describes the full theory of the good, which builds upon the principles of justice to further explore and define moral concepts. The explanation suggests that, within this framework, the principles of justice provide the foundation for understanding what is morally good, ensuring consistency and coherence in ethical reasoning. Quote 262. A is a good X if and only if A has the properties, to a higher degree than the average or standard X, which it is rational to want in an X, given what X's are used for or expected to do. This quote provides a general definition of what it means for something to be good. The explanation suggests that an object or person is deemed good if it possesses the features that one would reasonably expect based on its intended function or purpose. This rational evaluation depends on what is generally accepted as the object's standard use or role. Quote 263. The concept of rationality by itself is not an adequate basis for the concept of right, and in contract theory, the latter is derived in another way. This quote emphasizes that rationality alone cannot define what is morally right. The explanation indicates that, according to Rawls, the principles of justice and morality require more than just a rational assessment of what is beneficial. They must be founded on agreed-upon principles derived from a social contract, establishing a deeper framework for fairness. Quote 264. There is nothing necessarily right or morally correct about the point of view from which things are judged to be good or bad. This quote asserts that the evaluation of something as good is morally neutral. The explanation suggests that one can consider something to be good from a functional or practical standpoint, such as a good spy or a good assassin, without endorsing the morality of their actions. This neutrality indicates that the judgment of goodness does, the principles of rational choice have not yet been set out. The everyday notion seems clear enough for the time being. Quote 265. A good judge has a strong desire to give justice, to decide cases fairly in accordance with what the law requires. This quote illustrates that the attributes of being good in certain roles, such as a judge, are directly linked to moral qualities like impartiality and fairness. The explanation suggests that some roles inherently involve ethical considerations, where being good means embodying virtues that align with justice and the role's responsibilities. Quote 266. The concept of rationality by itself is not an adequate basis for the concept of right, and in contract theory, the latter is derived in another way. This quote suggests that rationality alone cannot define what is morally right. The explanation implies that in Rawls's theory, principles of justice are not simply about what is rational for individuals, but are derived from a social contract where individuals agree on fundamental rules of fairness that go beyond mere rational calculation. Quote 267. In order for goodness as rationality to hold for the concept of moral worth, it must turn out that the virtues are properties that it is rational for persons to want in one another when they adopt the requisite point of view. This quote emphasizes that for virtues to be seen as morally good, they must be qualities that rational individuals would value in each other when viewed from an impartial standpoint. The explanation indicates that Rawls ties the concept of moral worth to a rational evaluation of virtues, suggesting that people would naturally desire virtues like honesty and fairness in a society where justice prevails. Quote 268. The constant sense of good is characterized by the definition in its several stages. Thus, something's being good is its having the properties that it is rational to want in things of its kind. This quote defines the notion of good based on rationality. The explanation suggests that what makes something good depends on whether it possesses the qualities that it is rational to desire in such things. This understanding of goodness is not static, but varies depending on the kind of object or role being evaluated. Quote 269. The account of goodness as rationality explains why the term good appears in statements of advice and counsel, and in remarks of praise and approval. This quote connects the concept of goodness with rational advice. The explanation implies that when people describe something as good, they often do so from the perspective of what is rational to desire or pursue, which informs why giving advice or offering praise typically revolves around rational judgments. Quote 270. We want things for different purposes. It is obviously rational to assess them by different features. This quote highlights that the criteria for evaluating something as good depend on the specific purposes for which it is desired. The explanation suggests that rational assessment acknowledges that different objects or actions have varying attributes that make them suitable for certain goals. Hence, the standards of goodness change with context. Quote 271. The basic idea at the third stage is to apply the definition of good to plans of life. The rational plan for a person determines his good. This quote emphasizes that the concept of good is tied to a person's life plan. The explanation indicates that a rational life plan outlines what is truly good for an individual, guiding them in making decisions that align with their long-term well-being and aspirations, thereby providing a basis for evaluating their pursuits and desires. Quote 272. We are to adopt that plan which will develop the more comprehensive interests on the assumption that these further aims can be realized. This quote states that rational choice involves selecting a plan that broadens one's interests, provided it is feasible to achieve these aims. The explanation suggests that a rational life plan is not limited to immediate desires, but encompasses a wider range of goals, promoting personal growth and fulfillment over time. Quote 273. A rational plan of life establishes the basic point of view from which all judgments of value relating to a particular person are to be made, and finally rendered consistent. This quote asserts that a rational life plan serves as the foundation for evaluating all aspects of a person's life. The explanation implies that having a coherent plan allows individuals to assess their desires and actions consistently, ensuring that their pursuits align with a rational conception of their overall good. Quote 274. The principle of inclusiveness tends to raise this proportion and thereby enhance a person's happiness. This quote suggests that adopting a more inclusive life plan, which seeks to realize a broad set of aims, generally increases happiness. The explanation indicates that by striving for a comprehensive range of goals, individuals are more likely to achieve a greater number of their aspirations, leading to a higher sense of satisfaction and well-being. Quote 275. We can choose now which desires we shall have at a later time. This quote emphasizes the ability of individuals to shape their future desires through their current choices. The explanation suggests that rational deliberation involves not only satisfying present wants, but also influencing future desires by adopting life plans that guide the development of personal goals and interests over time. Quote 276. A person's plan of life is rational if, and only if, 1. It is one of the plans that is consistent with the principles of rational choice when these are applied to all the relevant features of his situation, and 2. It is that plan among those meeting this condition which would be chosen by him with full deliberative rationality, that is, with full awareness of the relevant facts and after a careful consideration of the consequences. This quote defines a rational life plan as one that aligns with the principles of rational choice and is chosen through careful and informed deliberation. The explanation suggests that an individual's rational plan requires both a comprehensive evaluation of their situation and a thoughtful assessment of their desires and goals, ensuring that their chosen path genuinely reflects their best interests. Quote 277. The rational plan for a person is the one, among those consistent with the counting principles and other principles of rational choice once these are established, which he would choose with deliberative rationality. This quote emphasizes that a rational plan involves selecting a course of action through a process of deliberative reflection. The explanation indicates that rationality involves not just the application of principles, but also careful consideration of available options, leading to the plan that best fulfills one's fundamental desires and aspirations. Quote 278. The principle to adopt that plan which maximizes the expected net balance of satisfaction fails to provide us with an explicit procedure for making up our minds. This quote critiques the principle of maximizing satisfaction as inadequate for guiding rational decision-making. The explanation suggests that while this principle offers a general rule, it leaves the agent to assess their desires and make judgments about what they value most, demonstrating that rationality requires more than simply seeking to maximize satisfaction. Quote 279. A rational person will not usually continue to deliberate until he has found the best plan open to him. Often he will be content if he forms a satisfactory plan. This quote recognizes that rational deliberation does not always lead to identifying the best plan, but rather a satisfactory one. The explanation suggests that individuals often accept plans that meet certain minimum conditions, acknowledging the limits of time and effort in decision-making, and illustrating that rationality involves a balance between reflection and action. Quote 280. Our good is determined by the plan of life that we would adopt with full deliberative rationality if the future were accurately foreseen and adequately realized in the imagination. This quote suggests that an individual's good is based on the life plan they would choose after thorough reflection, considering all future possibilities. The explanation indicates that deliberative rationality requires envisioning different courses of action and their outcomes, helping individuals make choices that align with their long-term well-being. Quote 281. A rational individual is always to act so that he need never blame himself, no matter how his plans finally work out. This quote highlights the principle of acting in a way that avoids self-reproach in the future. The explanation implies that rational individuals make decisions based on the best available information and careful reflection, so they do not regret their actions later, even if the outcomes are not as desired. This approach emphasizes responsibility and integrity in decision-making. Quote 282. The definition of the good is purely formal. It simply states that a person's good is determined by the rational plan of life that he would choose with deliberative rationality from the maximal class of plans. This quote explains that the concept of good is defined by the rational life plan an individual would select after careful consideration. The explanation suggests that a person's good is not predetermined by specific values, but is shaped by the unique plan they adopt through rational deliberation, tailored to their circumstances and aspirations. Quote 283. The social interdependency of these values is shown in the fact that not only are they good for those who enjoy them, but they are likely to enhance the good of others. This quote emphasizes that some values are inherently social, benefiting both the individual and others around them. The explanation implies that activities such as meaningful work, cooperation, and friendships are not just personal goods, but contribute to the well-being of society, reinforcing the interconnected nature of human flourishing. Quote 284. Turning now to our present topic, it will be recalled that the Aristotelian principle runs as follows. Other things equal, human beings enjoy the exercise of their realized capacities, their innate or trained abilities, and this enjoyment increases the more the capacity is realized, or the greater its complexity. This quote introduces the Aristotelian principle, which states that people find more enjoyment in exercising their developed abilities, particularly as those abilities grow in complexity. The explanation suggests that individuals naturally derive pleasure from using their skills, and the more they develop these capacities, the more they find fulfillment, indicating a key aspect of human motivation. Quote 285. A rational plan allows a person to flourish, so far as circumstances permit, and to exercise his realized abilities as much as he can. This quote highlights that a rational life plan enables individuals to reach their fullest potential within the limits of their situation. The explanation implies that pursuing activities that align with one's abilities and interests is central to human flourishing, as it allows individuals to make the most of their capacities and opportunities. Quote 286. The Aristotelian principle is a principle of motivation. It accounts for many of our major desires and explains why we prefer to do some things and not others by constantly exerting an influence over the flow of our activity. This quote asserts that the Aristotelian principle provides insight into human motivation, explaining why individuals prefer certain activities. The explanation indicates that people are naturally inclined to engage in tasks that match their developing skills and interests, suggesting that the principle shapes choices and preferences over time. Quote 287. The correctness of the definition of a person's good in terms of the rational plan for him does not require the truth of the Aristotelian principle. This quote suggests that defining a person's good through their rational life plan does not depend on the validity of the Aristotelian principle. The explanation indicates that even if the principle, that people enjoy realizing their capacities, proves inaccurate, the concept of an individual's good remains grounded in the rational choices they make for their life. Quote 288. A person's good is determined by the rational plan of life that he would choose with deliberative rationality from the maximal class of plans. This quote defines a person's good based on the rational life plan they would select after careful reflection on all available options. The explanation implies that the good for an individual is not simply a set of external criteria, but is instead tied to the unique plan they create, considering their desires, circumstances, and rational deliberation. Quote 289. Liberty and opportunity, income and wealth, and above all self-respect, are primary goods that must be explained by the thin theory. This quote emphasizes that certain fundamental goods, liberty, opportunity, wealth, and self-respect, are crucial for executing a rational life plan. The explanation suggests that these primary goods are essential for individuals to pursue their goals and achieve their good, irrespective of their specific life plans. Quote 290. Once we are satisfied that the list of primary goods can be arrived at in this way, then in all further applications of the definition of good, the constraints of right may be freely invoked. This quote states that once the primary goods are identified through rational consideration, they can be used to frame subsequent discussions about what is good. The explanation indicates that having established these goods based on rationality, one can then apply principles of justice to guide decisions and actions in a society. Quote 291. A good person is one who has to a higher degree than the average the broadly based properties that it is rational for persons to want in one another. This quote defines a good person as someone possessing traits that others rationally desire in society, such as honesty, integrity, and justice. The explanation suggests that these qualities are valued not just for personal benefit, but for their contribution to a cooperative and just society, reflecting the collective rational interests of individuals. Quote 292. The full theory of goodness as rationality can in fact cover these judgments. This quote asserts that the complete theory of goodness, which incorporates rationality and justice, can adequately address questions of moral worth. The explanation implies that once the principles of justice are established, they can be used to evaluate moral character and guide ethical judgments, reinforcing the interconnectedness of goodness and justice in Rawls's framework. Quote 293. We may define self-respect, or self-esteem, as having two aspects. First of all, it includes a person's sense of his own value, his secure conviction that his conception of his good, his plan of life, is worth carrying out. And second, self-respect implies a confidence in one's ability, so far as it is within one's power, to fulfill one's intentions. This quote defines self-respect as both the belief in the worth of one's life plan and the confidence in one's ability to realize it. The explanation suggests that self-respect is foundational for motivation and action. Without it, individuals may find their endeavors meaningless, leading to apathy. Thus, self-respect is essential for striving toward one's goals and maintaining a sense of personal worth. Quote 294. The fact that justice as fairness gives more support to self-esteem than other principles is a strong reason for them to adopt it. This quote argues that Rawls's principles of justice provide a robust foundation for self-respect. The explanation implies that justice as fairness creates a social framework in which individuals' life plans and aspirations are recognized and valued, thereby supporting their self-esteem. This support is a crucial factor in the preference for Rawls's conception of justice. Quote 295. Having a rational plan of life, and in particular one that satisfies the Aristotelian principle, and finding our person and deeds appreciated and confirmed by others, who are likewise esteemed, and their association enjoyed. This quote outlines two key conditions for fostering self-respect: having a rational life plan and receiving recognition and appreciation from others. The explanation suggests that self-respect is reinforced when individuals pursue activities that align with their capacities and when their efforts are valued within their communities, creating a sense of mutual support and acknowledgement. Quote 296. The conditions for persons respecting themselves and one another would seem to require that their common plans be both rational and complementary. They call upon their educated endowments and arouse in each a sense of mastery, and they fit together into one scheme of activity that all can appreciate and enjoy. This quote states that mutual respect depends on individuals having rational and complementary life plans that utilize their talents. The explanation indicates that when people pursue activities that resonate with their capacities and are appreciated by others, they create an environment where everyone can feel valued and respected, strengthening social cohesion and self-esteem. Quote 297. What counts is that the internal life of these associations is suitably adjusted to the abilities and wants of those belonging to them, and provides a secure basis for the sense of worth of their members. This quote suggests that the significance of social associations lies in how well they align with the abilities and aspirations of their members. The explanation emphasizes that what matters is not the absolute level of achievement within these associations, but whether they offer a supportive environment that fosters self-respect and affirms the members' sense of worth. Quote 298. Shame is painful, since it is the loss of a prized good. There is a distinction, however, between shame and regret that should be noted. This quote distinguishes between shame and regret, noting that shame arises from an injury to self-respect, while regret pertains to the loss of other goods. The explanation implies that shame is deeply personal, connected to one's sense of self, and the affirmation of one's worth by others, whereas regret is more about missed opportunities or actions that did not serve one's interests. Quote 299. The principles of right and justice are used to describe the actions disposing us to feel both moral shame and guilt. The perspective is different in each case. This quote explains that while principles of right and justice are central to feelings of both shame and guilt, they are viewed from different perspectives. The explanation suggests that guilt arises from recognizing harm to others and their likely resentment, while shame stems from a loss of self-esteem and disappointment in not meeting one's own ideals. Quote 300. Whereas the principles of justice and the principles of right generally are those that would be chosen in the original position, the principles of rational choice and the criteria of deliberative rationality are not chosen at all. This quote emphasizes that the principles of justice are specifically selected through the original position, whereas rational choice principles are simply recognized. The explanation indicates that the principles of justice are based on a fair agreement made without knowing one's position in society, whereas rational choice is more about using reason within given constraints. Quote 301. A second contrast between the right and the good is that it is, in general, a good thing that individuals' conceptions of their good should differ in significant ways, whereas this is not so for conceptions of right. This quote contrasts the concepts of the right and the good, noting that diversity in individual notions of the good is desirable, but this diversity does not apply to ideas of justice. The explanation suggests that justice requires a common framework to fairly adjudicate claims, whereas varying personal pursuits enrich society by reflecting diverse talents and interests. Quote 302. The third difference is that many applications of the principles of justice are restricted by the veil of ignorance, whereas evaluations of a person's good may rely upon a full knowledge of the facts. This quote highlights that principles of justice are determined without specific information about one's place in society, while judgments about what is good for a person can consider all relevant details. The explanation indicates that this contrast preserves fairness in justice, as it is based on universal principles, while personal good is tailored to individual circumstances. Quote 303. The intense convictions of the majority, if they are indeed mere preferences without any foundation in the principles of justice antecedently established, have no weight to begin with. This quote asserts that majority preferences hold no value if they conflict with established principles of justice. The explanation suggests that justice is not subject to popular opinion. It is grounded in principles agreed upon in the original position. Therefore, even strong societal preferences cannot override fundamental rights. Quote 304. In justice as fairness, the concepts of the right and the good have markedly distinct features. This quote underscores the clear distinction between the right and the good in Rawls's theory of justice. The explanation implies that justice focuses on universal principles that apply to everyone, while the concept of the good varies based on individual rational life plans. This separation ensures that personal pursuits do not compromise the fairness required for a just society. Quote 305. The sense of justice is not only a normally effective desire to apply and to act from the principles of justice, but also an intellectual power. This quote emphasizes that the sense of justice involves both a strong desire to act justly and the intellectual ability to understand and apply justice principles. The explanation indicates that possessing a sense of justice is not merely about following rules. It requires an informed commitment and the capacity to discern what justice demands in various situations. Quote 306. Stability is secured by sufficient motivation of the appropriate kind. This quote points out that stability in a society depends on individuals having the proper motivation to uphold justice. The explanation suggests that a just society endures when its members are genuinely motivated to act in accordance with principles of fairness, not merely out of habit or external pressure, but because they recognize and value justice. Quote 307. Moral learning is the learning of principles of right and justice and of the ideal aims of human life that underlie them. This quote describes moral learning as the process of understanding the principles of justice and the higher purposes that support them. The explanation implies that developing a sense of justice requires grasping both the rules that govern fair conduct and the deeper values that give those rules meaning, forming the foundation of moral education. Quote 308. The principles of moral psychology are reciprocity principles, for they characterize the development of the sense of justice in a well-ordered society. This quote states that moral psychology is based on reciprocity, which shapes how the sense of justice evolves in a just society. The explanation suggests that reciprocal interactions, where people treat others fairly and expect the same in return, foster the development of moral values and reinforce the commitment to justice within a community. Quote 309. Human beings are owed the guarantees of equal justice, in virtue of their natural attributes which define the natural basis of equality. This quote asserts that individuals deserve equal justice because of their inherent qualities, which establish the foundation for equality. The explanation indicates that these natural attributes, such as rationality and moral capacity, justify the equal treatment of all persons and serve as the basis for upholding justice in a society. Quote 310. A well-ordered society is a society in which everyone accepts and knows that the others accept the same principles of justice. This quote describes a well-ordered society as one where all individuals not only accept the same principles of justice, but also recognize that others do so as well. The explanation suggests that this mutual acknowledgement fosters trust and cooperation, as individuals can rely on the knowledge that others are committed to upholding a fair and just social system. Quote 311. The stability of a conception depends upon a balance of motives. The sense of justice that it cultivates and the aims that it encourages must normally win out against propensities toward injustice. This quote emphasizes that a society's stability relies on the strength of its sense of justice, which must be strong enough to overcome tendencies toward unjust behavior. The explanation implies that the enduring success of a just society depends on its ability to nurture values and motivations that discourage actions undermining justice. Quote 3-12. Most traditional doctrines hold that to some degree, at least human nature, is such that we acquire a desire to act justly when we have lived under and benefited from just institutions. This quote acknowledges the belief that humans develop a sense of justice by experiencing and benefiting from just institutions. The explanation implies that living in a fair society encourages individuals to adopt just behavior themselves, as they come to see justice as a valuable and necessary part of social life. Quote 313. To estimate the stability of a conception of justice and the well-ordered society that it defines, one must examine the relative strength of these opposing tendencies. This quote indicates that evaluating the stability of a justice system requires examining the balance between the inclination to act justly and the temptation to act otherwise. The explanation suggests that a just society's resilience depends on whether its principles effectively foster the desire for justice over self-interest or other disruptive motives. Quote 314. The task of this chapter is to explain how justice as fairness generates its own support, and to show that it is likely to have greater stability than the traditional alternatives. This quote outlines the objective of exploring how the principles of justice as fairness inherently create the motivation needed for their own preservation. The explanation suggests that Rawls aims to demonstrate that his conception of justice is not only theoretically sound, but also practically stable, as it aligns with human moral psychology. Quote 3-15. The first stage in the sequence of moral development I shall refer to as the morality of authority. This quote introduces the concept of morality of authority, which Rawls describes as the initial stage in moral development, typically observed in children. The explanation suggests that at this stage, children are subject to the authority of their parents or guardians and lack the capacity to assess or question the directives given to them. Their sense of justice is formed through the guidance and example set by their parents, who are assumed to act justly within a well-ordered society. Quote 316. The child's actions are motivated initially by certain instincts and desires, and his aims are regulated, if at all, by rational self-interest. This quote explains that children's behavior is primarily driven by their natural instincts and self-interest before they develop a mature sense of justice. The explanation indicates that children gradually learn to adopt the principles of justice as they interact with their parents, who express love and care. This nurtures the child's capacity for love and the development of a moral sense that transcends simple self-interest. Quote 317. To love another means not only to be concerned for his wants and needs, but to affirm his sense of the worth of his own person. This quote outlines an aspect of love that is crucial in the development of the sense of justice in children. The explanation suggests that when parents express love for their child, they validate the child's self-worth, fostering an environment where the child learns to trust and reciprocate that love. This trust becomes a foundation for the child's eventual understanding of justice and moral obligations. Quote 318. The child's morality of authority is primitive because, for the most part, it consists of a collection of precepts, and he cannot comprehend the larger scheme of right and justice within which the rules addressed to him are justified. This quote emphasizes that, at the morality of authority stage, a child's understanding of justice is limited to following rules without grasping the broader principles behind them. The explanation implies that this stage is necessary for moral development, but it is temporary, as the child lacks the capacity to question or understand the complexities of justice. Over time, the child will move beyond mere obedience to a more developed moral understanding. Quote 3b19. The second stage of moral development is that of the morality of association. This quote introduces the next phase of moral development, where individuals begin to understand moral standards through their roles in various social associations. The explanation suggests that, unlike the morality of authority, this stage involves the internalization of the norms and values of different groups, such as family, school, or community, shaping a more complex and mature sense of justice. Quote 320. The content of the morality of association is given by the moral standards appropriate to the individual's role in the various associations to which he belongs. This quote explains that in the morality of association stage, moral understanding is shaped by the standards and expectations of different groups or associations, such as family, school, or community. The explanation suggests that individuals adopt the virtues relevant to their roles within these associations, learning to navigate complex social relationships and fulfill their responsibilities according to societal norms. Quote 321. Our moral understanding increases as we move in the course of life through a sequence of positions. This quote highlights that moral growth is a gradual process, developing as individuals take on different roles and responsibilities throughout their lives. The explanation indicates that each new position provides an opportunity to refine moral judgment and expand one's perspective. leading to a more comprehensive and nuanced sense of justice. Quote 322. In due course, a person works out a conception of the whole system of cooperation that defines the association and the ends which it serves. This quote describes how, over time, individuals come to understand the broader context of cooperation within their associations. The explanation suggests that this awareness allows people to see how their roles fit into a larger scheme, fostering empathy and the ability to consider others' perspectives, which is essential for just interactions. Quote 323. But we must not only learn that things look different to them, but that they have different wants and ends and different plans and motives. And we must learn how to gather these facts from their speech, conduct, and countenance. This quote emphasizes the importance of recognizing and understanding others' viewpoints, desires, and motives. The explanation implies that moral development involves learning to interpret others' behavior, which helps informing judgments and acting in ways that respect the diversity of perspectives within a cooperative system. Quote 324. If those engaged in a system of social cooperation regularly act with evident intention to uphold its just or fair rules, bonds of friendship and mutual trust tend to develop among them, thereby holding them ever more securely to the scheme. This quote illustrates that when individuals consistently act according to fair rules, trust and friendship naturally develop. The explanation indicates that these bonds reinforce the stability of cooperative arrangements, as members become more committed to upholding the system's principles, knowing that others are doing the same. Quote 325. We may suppose that there is a morality of association in which the members of society view one another as equals, as friends and associates, joined together in a system of cooperation known to be for the advantage of all and governed by a common conception of justice. This quote describes an ideal form of social morality, where individuals regard each other as equals, engaged in mutual cooperation for the collective benefit. The explanation implies that in such a society, a shared understanding of justice guides interactions, fostering a sense of community and fairness that underpins the association's success. Quote 326. A sense of justice gives rise to a willingness to work for, or at least not to oppose, the setting up of just institutions, and for the reform of existing ones when justice requires it. This quote emphasizes that having a sense of justice naturally leads individuals to establishment and reform of institutions to ensure they align with justice. The explanation suggests that people motivated by a sense of justice are inclined to advocate for changes that benefit society as a whole, beyond their personal interests. Quote 327. The principles of justice, the way in which they are derived, and the stages of moral development show how in justice as fairness, such an interpretation is possible. This quote suggests that the principles of justice and their derivation, along with the progression of moral development, demonstrate how the concept of justice as fairness can be realized. The explanation indicates that Rawls's theory provides a comprehensive framework, showing how individuals come to understand and embody the principles of justice through different stages of moral growth. Quote 328. The morality of self-command, on the other hand, in its simplest form, is manifest in fulfilling with complete ease and grace the requirements of right and justice. This quote highlights the concept of self-command as a form of morality demonstrated through the effortless adherence to principles of right and justice. The explanation suggests that self-command involves the discipline and inner strength to act justly and uphold moral values, even in challenging situations, embodying an ideal of moral excellence. Quote 329. The main features of moral sentiments can perhaps be best elucidated by considering the various questions that arise in trying to characterize them and the various feelings in which they are manifested. This quote proposes that understanding moral sentiments involves examining the questions and emotions associated with them. The explanation implies that moral feelings are complex and can be distinguished by how they are expressed, experienced, and related to principles of right and wrong, offering insight into their role in moral behavior. Quote 330. It is a necessary feature of moral feelings, and part of what distinguishes them from the natural attitudes, that the person's explanation of his experience invokes a moral concept and its associated principles. This quote explains that moral feelings are characterized by their connection to moral concepts and principles, setting them apart from natural emotions. The explanation suggests that when someone experiences a moral feeling like guilt or shame, they typically refer to a perceived violation of justice or goodness, highlighting the distinct nature of moral sentiments. Quote 331. What distinguishes the moral feelings from one another are the principles and faults which their explanations typically invoke. This quote emphasizes that the differences between various moral feelings, such as guilt and shame, lie in the specific principles they reference. The explanation indicates that each moral emotion is tied to particular aspects of morality, such as guilt relating to violations of justice or shame arising from failing to live up to one's ideals, revealing the nuances in moral psychology. Quote 332. The same action may give rise to several moral feelings at once, provided that, as is often the case, the appropriate explanation for each one can be given. This quote points out that a single action can evoke multiple moral feelings, such as both guilt and shame, if different moral principles are involved. The explanation suggests that moral emotions are interconnected and complex, as individuals can experience a range of responses depending on how they interpret their actions and the standards they believe they have violated. Quote 333. The moral attitudes involve the acceptance of specific moral virtues, and the principles which define these virtues are used to account for the corresponding feelings. This quote explains that moral attitudes are rooted in the acceptance of particular virtues, and the principles defining these virtues help to clarify the related moral feelings. The explanation implies that emotions like guilt, shame, and pride are linked to a person's adherence to or deviation from the virtues they uphold, demonstrating the deep connection between moral attitudes and feelings. Quote 334. The theory of right and justice is founded on the notion of reciprocity, which reconciles the points of view of the self and of others as equal moral persons. This quote emphasizes that the foundation of justice lies in the idea of reciprocity, balancing one's own perspective with that of others. The explanation suggests that moral thought and actions require individuals to see themselves and others as equals, allowing the principles of justice to maintain harmony between personal interests and the well-being of others. Quote 335. Moral feelings require certain types of explanations. The moral attitudes involve the acceptance of specific moral virtues, and the principles which define these virtues are used to account for the corresponding feelings. This quote explains that moral feelings, such as guilt or indignation, are rooted in the acceptance of specific moral virtues. The explanation suggests that these feelings are not simply emotional reactions, but are connected to our internal moral principles. Understanding them involves examining the virtues we uphold, highlighting how our sense of justice shapes our emotional responses. Quote 336. The absence of certain moral feelings evidences the absence of certain natural ties. This quote asserts that a lack of moral feelings, such as guilt or indignation, indicates a lack of natural human connections, such as love or friendship. The explanation implies that moral sentiments are inherently linked to our relationships with others, and their absence suggests a deficiency in our social bonds and attachments, which are crucial for a sense of justice. Quote 337. The moral feelings are a normal feature of human life. We could not do away with them without, at the same time, eliminating certain natural attitudes. This quote argues that moral feelings are intrinsic to human nature and cannot be separated from our natural attitudes, like love and trust. The explanation suggests that these emotions form an essential part of our humanity. Removing them would distort the natural attachments that define human relationships, emphasizing their importance in fostering justice and moral behavior. Quote 338. Resentment and indignation are moral feelings, and therefore they presuppose an explanation by reference to an acceptance of the principles of right and justice. This quote highlights that moral emotions such as resentment and indignation arise from an understanding and acceptance of justice principles. The explanation implies that these feelings are not just personal reactions, but are deeply connected to one's sense of justice, demonstrating how our moral framework influences our responses to perceived wrongs. Quote 339. The moral sentiments are continuous with these attitudes in the sense that the love of mankind and the desire to uphold the common good include the principles of right and justice as necessary to define their object. This quote suggests that moral sentiments are closely tied to natural human attitudes like love and the pursuit of the common good, which inherently involve principles of justice. The explanation indicates that our moral feelings naturally align with the principles of right and justice, reinforcing the idea that justice is embedded in our desire to contribute to the welfare of others. Quote 340. The principles of moral psychology have a place for a conception of justice, and different formulations of these principles result when different conceptions are used. This quote suggests that our understanding of moral psychology is shaped by the principles of justice we adopt. The explanation indicates that the way we experience and develop moral feelings, such as a sense of justice, depends on the conception of justice that guides our society. Thus, varying conceptions of justice lead to different psychological outcomes and moral attitudes. Quote 341. After all, the sense of justice is a settled disposition to adopt and to want to act from the moral point of view insofar as the principles of justice define it. This quote explains that a sense of justice involves a stable tendency to act according to moral principles. The explanation suggests that individuals who develop this sense are inclined to behave in ways consistent with the principles of justice they have come to accept, demonstrating the internalization of justice as a guiding moral sentiment. Quote 342. A capacity for a sense of justice built up by responses in kind would appear to be a condition of human sociability. This quote asserts that the development of a sense of justice based on reciprocal actions is essential for human social interaction. The explanation implies that the tendency to respond to others' kindness with kindness and to fairness with fairness forms the basis for stable social cooperation, highlighting the role of reciprocity in fostering a just society. Quote 343. The three laws describe how our system of desires comes to have new final ends as we acquire affective ties. This quote refers to Rawls's three psychological laws, which explain how our desires evolve to include new goals as we form attachments to others. The explanation indicates that moral development involves not just changing immediate desires, but developing deeper ends, such as a sense of justice, that arise from our interactions and connections within a just society. Quote 344. The most stable conceptions of justice are presumably those for which the corresponding sense of justice is most firmly based on these tendencies. This quote suggests that the most enduring forms of justice are those that align with the natural tendencies of human psychology. The explanation implies that this is likely to be stable if it resonates with our innate responses to fairness and reciprocity, as these tendencies reinforce the motivation to uphold just practices. Quote 345. Ethical norms are no longer experienced merely as constraints, but are tied together into one coherent conception. This quote describes the advanced stage of moral development, where individuals no longer see ethical rules as mere limitations, but as parts of a unified framework. The explanation suggests that, at this level, people understand how different moral principles connect and support each other, allowing them to appreciate the comprehensive nature of justice and its relation to their personal and collective aspirations. Quote 346. The morality of association takes many forms depending upon the association and role in question, and these forms represent many levels of complexity. This quote explains that the morality associated with various social roles and associations can vary significantly in nature and complexity. The explanation suggests that the standards of right and wrong differ depending on the context, such as family, workplace, or community, and that individuals must adapt their sense of justice to fit the diverse moral expectations within each association. Quote 347. Someone attaining to the more complex forms of the morality of association, as expressed, say, by the ideal of equal citizen, has an understanding, certainly, of the principles of justice. This quote suggests that individuals who reach higher levels of moral development, such as the ideal of being an equal citizen, inherently understand the principles of justice. The explanation indicates that as one evolves within social associations, they develop a more profound grasp of justice, motivated not just by social approval, but by a genuine desire to be just. Quote 348. Moral attitudes are bound to exist once we become attached to those cooperating with us in a just or fair scheme. This quote points out that a shared commitment to a just cooperative scheme fosters moral attitudes among its participants. The explanation implies that as individuals form attachments within a fair system of cooperation, they develop a sense of responsibility and a moral inclination to uphold the principles that sustain the association. Quote 349. The natural answer seems to be that it is precisely the moral persons who are entitled to equal justice. This quote suggests that those who possess moral personality, defined by their capacity to have a conception of their good and a sense of justice, are the ones entitled to equal treatment under the principles of justice. The explanation implies that justice applies primarily to individuals who can participate in social cooperation and adhere to its norms, highlighting the moral foundation of equality. Quote 350. We see, then, that the capacity for moral personality is a sufficient condition for being entitled to equal justice. This quote states that having the potential for moral personality is enough to grant individuals the right to equal justice. The explanation indicates that this capacity does not have to be fully realized. As long as individuals possess the potential for understanding justice, they are owed equal rights. This perspective upholds the idea that equality is based on fundamental human attributes rather than specific achievements or abilities. Quote 351. Equality at this level is the least controversial element in the common-sense idea of justice. This quote points out that treating similar cases similarly or applying rules impartially represents a basic and widely accepted aspect of justice. The explanation suggests that while other forms of equality may provoke debate, the principle of regularity in administering justice is generally uncontroversial, serving as a foundational concept for more complex notions of fairness. Quote 352. The sufficient condition for equal justice, the capacity for moral personality, is not at all stringent. This quote emphasizes that the standard for possessing moral personality, and thus being entitled to justice, is minimal and not demanding. The explanation implies that almost all individuals meet this condition, thereby reinforcing the idea that equal justice should be extended broadly across humanity, without discriminating based on differences in capacity or ability. Quote 353. By giving justice to those who can give justice in return, the principle of reciprocity is fulfilled at the highest level. This quote asserts that the principle of reciprocity underpins justice. Individuals are owed justice because they are capable of reciprocating it. The explanation suggests that the mutual ability to engage in fair cooperation forms the basis for equal rights, illustrating how justice as fairness depends on the interconnectedness of social participants. Quote 354. The conception of justice, should it be truly effective and publicly recognized as such, seems more likely than its rivals to transform our perspective on the social world and to reconcile us to the dispositions of the natural order and the conditions of human life. This quote posits that a widely accepted and effective conception of justice can change how we view society, helping us come to terms with natural inequalities. The explanation implies that by recognizing the fairness of social arrangements, individuals may better accept the distribution of natural talents and social positions, fostering a sense of harmony within the community. Quote 355. A well-ordered society allows for persons' autonomy and the objectivity of their judgments of right and justice. This quote suggests that a just society not only supports individual autonomy, but also upholds the objectivity of moral judgments. The explanation implies that such a society enables individuals to act based on their sense of justice while making impartial decisions. By fostering an environment where people can independently develop and express their moral convictions, a well-ordered society strengthens the overall sense of justice. Quote 356. The principles of justice fit together when those of justice are perfectly realized. This quote indicates that the principles of justice work harmoniously when fully implemented in a society. The explanation suggests that a well-ordered society achieves stability because its structure allows the principles of justice to align with individuals' rational choices, thereby creating a coherent system where justice is self-reinforcing. Quote 357. Moral education is education for autonomy. This quote asserts that teaching morality is essentially about nurturing individuals' autonomy. The explanation indicates that moral education in a just society encourages people to understand and choose principles of justice freely, without undue influence from tradition or authority. This process helps them develop the capacity to govern their actions according to rational principles. Quote 358. Autonomy and objectivity are characterized in a consistent way by reference to the original position. This quote links the concepts of autonomy and objectivity to Rawls's original position, a hypothetical scenario used to derive principles of justice. The explanation suggests that, by acting on principles chosen in the original position, individuals exercise autonomy and make objective judgments. This alignment ensures that personal freedom and impartiality coexist within the framework of justice. Quote 359. A person's sense of justice is not a compulsive psychological mechanism cleverly installed by those in authority in order to ensure his unswerving compliance. This quote denies the notion that a sense of justice is merely an imposed mechanism for control. The explanation indicates that in a well-ordered society, the sense of justice develops naturally, guided by principles that individuals would freely choose under fair conditions. This authentic sense of justice strengthens personal autonomy and the legitimacy of social institutions. Quote 360. By acting from these principles, persons are acting autonomously. They are acting from principles that they would acknowledge under conditions that best express their nature as free and equal rational beings. This quote highlights that acting on the principles of justice reflects true autonomy, because these are principles that individuals would accept if they viewed themselves as free and equal. The explanation implies that autonomy is not simply the freedom to choose, but involves acting on principles that resonate with one's rational nature, fostering a society where justice and individual freedom reinforce each other. Quote 361. In conclusion, then, a well-ordered society affirms the autonomy of persons and encourages the objectivity of their considered judgments of justice. This quote states that a well-ordered society not only respects individual autonomy, but also promotes objective assessments of justice. The explanation suggests that such a society helps its members develop a sense of justice that is independent and reflective, ensuring that their moral sentiments align with principles they would choose under fair conditions. Quote 362. The social nature of mankind is best seen by contrast with the conception of private society. Thus, human beings have in fact shared final ends, and they value their common institutions and activities as good in themselves. This quote highlights that human beings inherently value shared goals and communal institutions, unlike a society driven solely by individual self-interest. The explanation implies that the essence of our social nature lies in recognizing the intrinsic worth of collective activities, which fosters a sense of community and mutual fulfillment. Quote 363. It is through social union founded upon the needs and potentialities of its members that each person can participate in the total sum of the realized natural assets of the others. This quote suggests that social unions allow individuals to benefit from the collective strengths and achievements of their community members. The explanation indicates that by engaging in a society that values diverse talents and contributions, individuals can experience a richer sense of fulfillment than they would in isolation. Quote 364. Now, the shared end of a social union is clearly not merely a common desire for the same particular thing. This quote differentiates a true social union from mere shared desires, emphasizing that the union must involve cooperation guided by principles of justice. The explanation suggests that social unions are about more than just aligning individual goals. They require an agreed-upon scheme of conduct that integrates each person's actions into a harmonious whole. Quote 365. A well-ordered society is itself a form of social union. Indeed, it is a social union of social unions. This quote describes a well-ordered society as a collection of interconnected social unions. The explanation implies that within such a society, various associations, ranging from families to larger institutions, work together under a shared commitment to justice, creating an overarching community where individual and collective flourishing are possible. Quote 366. The collective activity of justice is the preeminent form of human flourishing. This quote asserts that the practice of justice within a community represents the highest form of human development. The explanation suggests that when people work together to uphold just institutions, they express their moral nature most fully, achieving both individual and communal excellence. Quote 367. A rational individual is not subject to envy, at least when the differences between himself and others are not thought to be the result of injustice and do not exceed certain limits. This quote suggests that rational individuals typically do not feel envy unless they believe the inequalities they observe stem from injustice or are excessively large. The explanation indicates that people are more likely to accept differences in wealth or status when they believe these differences arise fairly and within reasonable bounds, highlighting how justice and perceived fairness can mitigate envy. Quote 368. The parties are not swayed by individual differences in these propensities, thereby avoiding the complications in the bargaining process that would result. This quote emphasizes that the parties in the original position disregard individual inclinations, such as envy, to simplify the selection of justice principles. The explanation suggests that excluding these tendencies ensures that the resulting principles of justice are chosen based on rational and impartial considerations, rather than on personal biases or emotions. Quote 369. We check to see whether just institutions so defined are likely to arouse and encourage these propensities to such an extent that the social system becomes unworkable and incompatible with human good. This quote points out the need to evaluate if the principles of justice might inadvertently foster destructive emotions, such as envy, which could destabilize society. The explanation implies that for a society to remain just and functional, its institutions must not provoke negative attitudes that could undermine social harmony and the common good. Quote 370. The inequalities sanctioned by the difference principle may be so great as to arouse envy to a socially dangerous extent. This quote acknowledges a potential issue with the difference principle, that allowing significant inequalities could incite envy in society. The explanation suggests that while the difference principle justifies inequalities that benefit everyone, there is a risk that excessive disparities could lead to resentment, potentially threatening the stability of a well-ordered society. Quote 371. Envy proper, in contrast with benign envy which we freely express, is a form of rancor that tends to harm both its object and its subject. This quote distinguishes between harmful envy and benign envy. The explanation implies that while benign envy can be a motivator for self-improvement, envy proper involves malicious resentment, which not only affects the envier, but also disrupts social relations, highlighting the destructive impact of unchecked envy in society. Quote 372. Envy is not a moral feeling. No moral principle need be cited in its explanation. This quote asserts that envy does not stem from moral judgment, but rather from a personal sense of dissatisfaction. The explanation suggests that envy is simply a reaction to the perceived better fortune of others without any reference to fairness or justice, marking a clear distinction between envy and moral emotions like resentment. Quote 373. As we have seen, the moral virtues are among the broadly based traits of character which it is rational for persons to want in one another as associates. This quote emphasizes that moral virtues are desirable traits in social interactions, as they are rational for individuals to value in one another. The explanation suggests that virtues like fairness and integrity are crucial in building cooperative relationships and trust within a society. Individuals rationally seek these qualities in their associates as they create a foundation for mutual respect and the effective functioning of a just community. Quote 374. Yet sometimes the circumstances evoking envy are so compelling that given human beings as they are, no one can reasonably be asked to overcome his rancorous feelings. This quote acknowledges that there are situations where the inequalities or injustices are so profound that it is unreasonable to expect people not to feel envy. The explanation implies that while envy is often seen as a vice, there are cases where it is a natural and understandable reaction to a significant loss of self-respect or unfair treatment, indicating that certain social conditions might justify feelings of resentment. Quote 375. A person's lesser position as measured by the index of objective primary goods may be so great as to wound his self-respect. This quote points out that extreme inequalities in the distribution of primary goods can damage an individual's sense of self-worth. The explanation suggests that when people perceive themselves as being significantly disadvantaged compared to others, it can lead to a loss of self-respect, emphasizing the importance of fair distribution to maintain individuals' dignity and self-esteem within society. Quote 376. I assume that the main psychological root of the liability to envy is a lack of self-confidence in our own worth, combined with a sense of impotence. This quote identifies the underlying psychological cause of envy as a combination of low self-confidence and a feeling of powerlessness. The explanation suggests that envy arises when individuals feel they lack control over their circumstances and cannot improve their situation, leading them to resent others who appear to be more fortunate. Need for a just society to support individuals in developing a sense of self-worth and agency. Quote 377. There are three conditions, I assume, that encourage hostile outbreaks of envy. This quote introduces the factors that foster envy: a lack of confidence in one's worth, visible social discrepancies, and the absence of constructive alternatives. The explanation implies that when individuals are constantly reminded of their lower status, experience humiliation, and see no way to improve their position, envy becomes a natural response. A well-ordered society must address these conditions to mitigate such hostile feelings. Quote 378. The problem of general envy, anyway, does not force us to reconsider the choice of the principles of justice. This quote suggests that the presence of envy in society does not undermine the principles of justice chosen through fair deliberation. The explanation implies that while envy may arise in social contexts, it does not invalidate the fairness of a just system. Instead, a well-ordered society should address envy by promoting conditions that mitigate its impact. Quote 379. What a social system must not do clearly is to encourage propensities and aspirations that it is bound to repress and disappoint. This quote points out that a just social system should avoid fostering desires or tendencies that it ultimately cannot satisfy. The explanation suggests that society must be structured to align people's aspirations with achievable outcomes, as promoting unattainable goals only leads to frustration and undermines the sense of justice among its members. Quote 380. The basis for the priority of liberty is roughly as follows. As the conditions of civilization improve, the marginal significance for our good of further economic and social advantages diminishes relative to the interests of liberty. This quote argues that as society progresses, the value of additional material wealth becomes less important compared to the importance of individual liberty. The explanation implies that beyond a certain point of economic well-being, people place a higher priority on their freedoms and rights, making the protection of liberty a fundamental principle in a just society. Quote 381. In a well-ordered society, then self-respect is secured by the public affirmation of the status of equal citizenship for all. This quote emphasizes that self-respect in society comes from the recognition of equal citizenship. The explanation suggests that when society publicly acknowledges everyone's equal rights and status, individuals gain a secure sense of self-worth, reinforcing the principles of justice and equality. Quote 382. The serial ordering of the two principles then follows. This quote refers to the arrangement of Rawls's two principles of justice, which prioritize basic liberties over economic and social advantages. The explanation indicates that by ordering the principles in this way, the importance of individual rights is affirmed, ensuring that liberty is not compromised for material gains. Quote 383. The account of the good enables the parties to work out a hierarchy among their several interests, and to note which kinds of ends should be regulative in their rational plans of life. This quote explains that the conception of the good helps individuals prioritize their interests and determine which goals should guide their life choices. The explanation implies that understanding what is truly valuable allows people to make rational decisions that align with their deeper values, contributing to the stability of a just society. Quote 384. Happiness has two aspects. One is the successful execution of a rational plan. The other is his state of mind, his sure confidence supported by good reasons that his success will endure. This quote explains that happiness involves both the achievement of a rational life plan and the assurance that this success will continue. The explanation is not just about fulfilling one's goals. It also includes the belief and confidence that one's efforts will bring long-term satisfaction. This definition underscores the importance of rational planning and the confidence in sustaining one's achievements. Quote 385. Happiness is self-contained. That is, it is chosen solely for its own sake. This quote indicates that happiness is pursued for its own sake, and not as a means to another end. The explanation implies that, while other goals may contribute to happiness, the pursuit of happiness itself is inherently valuable and complete. It emphasizes that executing a rational plan of life brings an intrinsic sense of fulfillment that is self-sufficient. Quote 386. Happiness is also self-sufficient. A rational plan, when realized with assurance, makes a life fully worthy of choice and demands nothing further in addition. This quote suggests that achieving a rational plan in life creates a state of happiness that is complete and requires nothing else to be added. The explanation indicates that true happiness comes from fulfilling one's plan in a way that leaves nothing essential lacking, leading to a sense of completeness and satisfaction with one's life. Quote 387. To say of someone that he seeks happiness does not, it seems, imply that he is prepared either to violate or to affirm these restrictions. This quote implies that the pursuit of happiness does not necessarily involve a commitment to upholding moral or ethical principles. The explanation suggests that happiness and morality can intersect but are not inherently linked. A person may pursue happiness without explicitly considering the constraints of right and justice. Quote 388. The indeterminacy of decision seems to arise, then, from the fact that a person has many aims for which there is no ready standard of comparison to decide between them when they conflict. This quote points out that the difficulty in making decisions often stems from having multiple conflicting goals that lack a clear standard for comparison. The explanation implies that individuals must navigate complex choices, often needing to rely on their deliberative rationality to prioritize their aims when no straightforward solution exists. Quote 389. Although to subordinate all our aims to one end does not, strictly speaking, violate the principles of rational choice, it still strikes us as irrational, or more likely as mad. This quote acknowledges that while pursuing a single dominant end may not technically conflict with rational principles, it often seems irrational or extreme. The explanation suggests that human good is diverse, and the fixation on a single goal disregards the variety of desires and values that make up a well-rounded life, highlighting the complexity of rational decision-making. Quote 390. The extreme nature of dominant end views is often concealed by the vagueness and ambiguity of the end proposed. This quote suggests that when a dominant end philosophy is adopted, its intensity may be hidden by the unclear nature of the goal being pursued. The explanation indicates that such views often mask their extremity through vague definitions, making it challenging to critique them directly. The pursuit of a single dominant end can distort the individual's priorities and result in an imbalanced life. Quote 391. Hedonism attempts to show how a rational choice is always possible, at least in principle. This quote states that hedonism seeks to provide a rational method for making decisions based on maximizing pleasure. The explanation implies that hedonism claims to offer a straightforward way to evaluate different options by comparing their potential to increase pleasure. However, Rawls points out that this approach oversimplifies human experiences and fails to address the complexities involved in rational deliberation. Quote 392. Is arrived at as the dominant end by a process of elimination. This quote explains that hedonism identifies pleasure as the ultimate goal by ruling out other potential ends. The explanation suggests that, according to hedonists, only pleasure can serve as a measurable and universal end, making it the primary focus of rational choice. Rawls challenges this view, arguing that elevating pleasure as the sole end ignores the variety of human desires and values. Quote 393. It seems obvious that hedonism fails to define a reasonable dominant end. This quote asserts that hedonism does not successfully identify a suitable primary goal for rational deliberation. The explanation implies that reducing all of human experience to the pursuit of pleasure is overly simplistic. Rawls argues that rational beings have diverse aims that cannot be wholly captured by a single dominant end, such as pleasure, highlighting the inadequacy of hedonism as a moral theory. Quote 394. The inclusive end of realizing a rational plan of life is an entirely different thing. This quote distinguishes the idea of having a rational plan of life from the pursuit of a singular dominant end like pleasure. The explanation suggests that individuals should strive to fulfill a balanced and comprehensive plan that reflects their diverse values and aspirations. Rawls emphasizes that a well-rounded approach to life better aligns with human nature than the narrow focus proposed by hedonistic philosophies. Quote 395. The weakness of hedonism reflects the impossibility of defining an appropriate definite end to be maximized. This quote suggests that hedonism fails as a moral theory because it cannot define a clear and suitable goal to maximize. The explanation implies that pursuing pleasure and oversimplifies human life and ignores the complexities involved in making rational and moral decisions. It challenges the idea that pleasure can serve as the sole measure of what is good. Quote 396. For the self is prior to the ends which are affirmed by it. Even a dominant end must be chosen from among numerous possibilities. This quote emphasizes that an individual's sense of self exists before the specific goals or ends. The explanation suggests that people are capable of choosing from various aims, and this choice is what gives meaning to their lives. It stresses the importance of autonomy in deciding one's ends, rather than being confined to a single dominant goal like pleasure. Quote 397. The unity of the person is manifest in the coherence of his plan, this unity being founded on the higher-order desire to follow, in ways consistent with his sense of right and justice, the principles of rational choice. This quote asserts that an individual's sense of self is expressed through the consistency of their life plan, which is shaped by their desire to act in accordance with justice and rationality. The explanation implies that people achieve personal unity by developing and following a life plan that aligns with their moral values, indicating that rational choice and justice are integral to self-identity. Quote 398. We should therefore reverse the relation between the right and the good proposed by teleological doctrines and view the right as prior. This quote proposes that moral principles should take precedence over the pursuit of any specific good. The explanation suggests that instead of defining what is right by what maximizes a particular end, as in hedonism or utilitarianism, individuals should first establish principles of justice. These principles then guide how various goods and aims are pursued within society. Quote 399. Given the priority of right, the choice of our conception of the good is framed within definite limits. This quote explains that when justice is prioritized, individuals' choices about what they consider to be their personal good are constrained by principles of right. The explanation implies that by upholding justice, society sets boundaries within which individuals can freely pursue their aspirations. This structure ensures that the pursuit of personal goals does not violate others' rights or disrupt social harmony. Quote 400. Now, in justice as fairness, a complete reversal of perspective is brought about by the priority of right and the Kantian interpretation. This quote highlights that Rawls's theory of justice represents a significant shift by placing the right before the good, aligning with Kantian ethics. The explanation suggests that instead of basing moral principles on maximizing a particular good, justice as fairness requires individuals to first accept principles of justice that respect human autonomy and equality, creating a framework for social cooperation. Quote 401. A sense of justice is an effective desire to apply and to act from the principles of justice, and so from the point of view of justice. This quote explains that a sense of justice involves a strong inclination to act according to the principles of justice. The explanation suggests that this disposition shapes how individuals assess situations and make decisions. It implies that in a well-ordered society, people are motivated by their internal sense of justice, which guides their life choices and actions. Quote 402. Whether these two points of view are congruent is likely to be a crucial factor in determining stability. This quote points out that the alignment between an individual's good and the principles of justice is key to societal stability. The explanation suggests that if people find that acting justly aligns with their interests and sense of well-being, the society is more likely to maintain its order. Therefore, ensuring congruence between personal and collective perspectives on justice is vital for a harmonious society. Quote 403. The question is whether the regulative desire to adopt the standpoint of justice belongs to a person's own good when viewed in the light of the thin theory with no restrictions on information. This quote raises the issue of whether the desire to act justly is inherently part of an individual's well-being. The explanation suggests that even when considering justice from a limited perspective, the thin theory, it must be determined if this inclination truly contributes to one's overall good. It indicates that this alignment is necessary for justice to be rationally accepted as a guide in life. Quote 404. We cannot preserve a sense of justice, and all that this implies while at the same time holding ourselves ready to act unjustly, should doing so promise some personal advantage. This quote emphasizes that a genuine sense of justice cannot coexist with a willingness to act unjustly for personal gain. The explanation suggests that the integrity of justice requires a consistent commitment. Being prepared to violate justice for self-interest undermines its very essence. This underscores the necessity of a stable disposition toward justice in a well-ordered society. Quote 405. Since others are assumed to have, and to continue to have, a sense of justice similar to his, and therefore that they comply and will continue to comply with these arrangements. This quote suggests that in a well-ordered society, individuals trust that others will act justly and uphold societal arrangements. The explanation implies that this mutual assurance creates a foundation for social cooperation, as everyone expects others to adhere to the principles of justice. Such shared trust reinforces the stability and functionality of the society. Quote 406. Participating in the life of a well-ordered society is a great good. This quote asserts that being an active member of a just society is inherently valuable. The explanation indicates that living in a society where justice prevails allows individuals to experience diverse forms of human activity and fulfillment. It highlights that social cooperation and shared commitment to justice enhance the quality of life for everyone involved. Quote 407. A well-ordered society is rational to want in a society from the two relevant points of view. This quote suggests that a well-ordered society is desirable from both the collective and individual perspectives. The explanation implies that such a society aligns with the principles of justice, ensuring that the social structure is rational and beneficial for everyone. It balances the interests of society as a whole with those of the individual, leading to mutual support and stability. Quote 408. We should regard a moral theory just as any other theory, making due allowances for its Socratic aspects. This quote proposes that a moral theory, like any other theory, should be evaluated based on its coherence and how well it fits our considered judgments. The explanation suggests that the validity of a moral theory does not rely solely on self-evident principles, but on how effectively it aligns with our reflective equilibrium, balancing principles and moral intuitions in a consistent manner. Quote 409. Justification is a matter of the mutual support of many considerations, of everything fitting together into one coherent view. This quote highlights that moral justification requires multiple factors working in harmony to form a cohesive understanding. The explanation indicates that a theory of justice should not be justified based on isolated principles, but on how well these principles integrate to create a comprehensive and balanced view of justice in society. Quote 410. To justify a conception of justice to someone is to give him a proof of its principles from premises that we both accept. This quote explains that justifying a theory of justice involves providing a logical argument based on commonly agreed premises. The explanation suggests that moral justification requires finding shared values or beliefs from which a theory can be developed, emphasizing the importance of consensus and mutual understanding in ethical discussions. Quote 411. Accepting this idea allows us to leave questions of meaning and definition aside and to get on with the task of developing a substantive theory of justice. This quote argues that focusing on how principles fit together to form a coherent theory can bypass endless debates over definitions. The explanation implies that a practical approach to developing a theory of justice involves moving past semantic disagreements to build a substantive framework that captures the essence of justice. Quote 412. Justice as fairness is the outcome. It articulates these opinions and supports their general tendency. This quote asserts that Rawls's theory of justice as fairness embodies and rationalizes common-sense beliefs about the primacy of justice. The explanation suggests that by aligning with our intuitive sense of justice, the theory not only explains but also reinforces our moral convictions, providing a systematic doctrine as an alternative to utilitarianism. A Theory of Justice by John Rawls challenges us to consider justice not just as an abstract ideal, but as a practical set of principles that can guide the institutions of a democratic society. By framing justice as fairness, Rawls invites readers to think beyond self-interest, advocating for a social system that respects individual rights and prioritizes the well-being of the most vulnerable. This work serves as a reminder that a truly just society is one in which the structures of cooperation reflect values of equality, reciprocity, and respect for each person's moral worth.
Curious to dive into the mind of John Rawls? With StudyLab Pro's Book GPT, it's possible. Ask questions, explore themes, and discover the depths of A Theory of Justice in an entirely new way. Start your conversation now by clicking on our logo. And if you're hungry for more educational content, subscribe to our channel to keep discovering, learning, and growing. Want more than just videos? Click on our logo now to join us on our platform for multiple choice tests, in-depth content, and tools to help you ace your studies. Get started now.